Hey everybody, Jay Weidner, Reality Check. Thanks for watching. Hit like and subscribe and all that stuff. I'm going to get right to it today because I got a guest I've been wanting to have on for a while. Because what he did in his work is he kind of pulled the string and unraveled the whole sweater of pop culture, really, at the very origins of modern pop culture. So his name is Mike Williams. He's the Sage of Quay, and you can find him at sageofquay.com. And he's got a really good YouTube channel, which I will link to. So you guys got to check him out. How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing well, Jay. Thank you very much for having me on your podcast.
Yeah, it's great to have you on. So I'm just going to let you have the floor because I don't really have anything to add that I haven't already said. I'm not, I did not investigate this. I really am kind of to pop film what you are to pop music. I more deconstruct film than I do anything else. But let's just start at the beginning of the famous, incredible band that had two songwriters that were just unbelievable, especially for their age, and they're called the Beatles. And tell us, give us your Beatles narrative.
Well, I should probably start by saying that I was a total Beatle fanatic growing up. And at age of 9, I begged my father to take me to the movie theater to go see Yellow Submarine. And my father took my brother and I. My brother's only about 15 months younger than I am. And, I was just a kid and I wasn't expecting an animation. So I remember being disappointed until the very end when the Beatles came out.
Right.
So it was because of the Beatles that I got into music and I started writing my own songs and recording and doing all that stuff. And as far as writing music and the such, I've been doing that since the late 1970s, we'll say 1978, 79 or so. And so I was a total Beatle freak for my entire life until I hit 2016, 7 years ago. And it was back then that I ran across the book, The Memoirs of Billy Shears. And I have the 2022 version here. You can see it's
I've read
well
it. Wow, yours
read
is
and
really,
tabbed.
wow.
So when I read the book, that was the red covered book at the time. It was released on September 9th of 2009. So that's the triple nines, or
Yep.
if you invert the nines, you get the sixes.
Yep.
And when I read the book, it was a shock. It blew me away. And I didn't really know what to make of it at the time. And so what I did was, I was asked to come on a show with Sophia Smallstorm. I told her about the book. And she says, "Oh, you need to come on the show and talk about it." And I really didn't want to because I wasn't sure whether this was something that I really wanted to hop into. And the other thing is I really didn't want to be the Paul is dead guy. I figured, okay, this is one of these things I'm going to read about, and then I'll move on to other stuff. Well, to make a long story short, that didn't happen. So I did the show back in September of 2016. And I talked about the book, and I had to pull a bunch of slides together. And it was a daunting task, Jay, because as you know, the book is 666 pages. So when somebody comes on, or somebody wants you to come on and talk about the book, your immediate reaction is, well, how am I going to boil down that much, and make sense out of it? But one thing led to another, and the book just intrigued me because I was such a Beatles fanatic that I started digging into the claims that the book was making. And as I was digging in and researching, what happened was I found that my research was telling me that the book was truthful. There are threads of fiction in the book. It is categorized as historical fiction, and I should say that up front. And the reason why that's done is because the main protagonist, who is Billy Shears, who tells us in the book that his name is William Shepard or Billy Shepard, he cannot talk about the truth. He cannot come out with a nonfiction book because he is bound by non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, and secrecy agreements. And if he goes down that path, then he runs the risk of jeopardizing everything that he's worked on and worked for over the last 56 years or so.
Yep.
So that's it. So I just started digging into the book, and over time, what happened was other people were watching my shows, and they got pulled into the research. And over the years, I have about a handful of researchers that I correspond with, that I'm networked into, that are very, very good, very diligent, and they dot the I's and cross the T's. And so we have been working together on and off over the last 7 years or so, putting content out. Most of the content that I put out is mine, but those folks have contributed, and where they have, I will note and give them credit for, their piece of what it is that I presented. Other times, I just have them come on the show and to present their own material, their own thoughts and ideas. So the book tells us that, to net it out, that the Beatles were not organic, that they were a construct of Tavistock, as was the Rolling Stones. And they were created as a social engineering initiative to change the very fabric of our society and our culture. And the reason why that was done was because there is an ideology, a mindset that permeates the pyramid of power, the controllers, that goes back to Aleister Crowley. And I guess we could talk about that a little bit later too, where humanity is shackled and oppressed by the current governance that's in place. They would refer to it as the age of Osiris. Others might refer to it as the Piscean age, and so on. But humans are restricted, and we're not in a position to be enlightened or, quote, illuminated. So the pyramid of power, through the Committee of 300, through Tavistock, created the Beatles, created the Rolling Stones, created the entire British invasion, if you will, to start tearing down the traditional constructs that everybody was operating within, which would be your traditional values. It would be institutionalized religion, specifically Christianity. In Memoirs, it tells us that the Illuminati declared war on Christianity on September 11th of 1962. And that's about the time that the Beatles emerged. Their first album, Please Please Me, their first UK release. Their official albums, by the way, folks, are their UK releases, not the Capitol releases out of the US, was released on March 22nd of 1963. And there you have the 322, which is the Skull and Bones number and all that stuff. The Beatles as an entity are completely immersed in occultism. And it doesn't mean the Beatles themselves necessarily were, although I would make an argument that they were well aware of, at least to some degree, what it is they were involved in.
Yep.
And so if we take a look at where we are today, and if we use 1960 as a stake in the ground, it's just a nice round number,
Yep.
and we fast forward 60 years, we can see that the change that has taken place in society across the world has been a tremendous transformation. It's very, very different from 60 years ago. And I'm at an age now, I'm 64 years old, so I can go back in time and I have a benchmark. I have a point of reference where I can take a look and say, well, I was here 60 years ago or 50 years ago, and I'm here today. Were the changes significant? I would say the changes were very, very significant within our society and our culture. So the book takes you down that path. And of course, it tells us that biological Paul McCartney, James Paul McCartney, passed away, died September 11th of 1966. And Billy replaced him. And Billy is the primary replacement. He says in Memoirs that there have been others that have played the role. In fact, in Memoirs, he tells us that there was another playing the part of Paul McCartney that had a hit, but he doesn't say whether that person's hit was during the Beatle era or the solo period. So it takes us down this road where Paul McCartney was swapped out, replaced, and we have been looking at and listening to Billy Shears for 56 years. And to put it into context, Paul McCartney was there from, let's say, 1962 through 1966. We're talking roughly 3.5 to 4 years. Billy's been there for 56 years. Yep. So what most people know is the guy that's playing the role, because it is a role. Paul McCartney is a role that Billy plays.
Yeah, and it would not you would not be able to make a switch like that without upper high level machinations. I mean, that's just too
Right.
hard. You just couldn't. Bank accounts, property, there would just be so many problems. And he doesn't look like him anyway. I was a portrait photographer for years, and the minute I saw the two pictures together, it's like that. It doesn't look like the same guy.
Yeah, when you lay up the images, see what they've done over time, what
Yeah.
Tavistock did was to create a composite.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
That's what they did.
I thought
And
I was losing my mind.
no, they established that was intentional to establish a composite identity of what Paul McCartney looked like. So if you pick 1964 and take a look at him, he does not look like the guy from 1973, 74 during the Wings period.
No.
But when you don't lay the pictures against each other and lay them out in a collage, people just focus on what they're looking at right now. So if they say, well, that's Paul McCartney, that's an image of him, and there's no comparison, then people just accept that that's Paul McCartney. Otherwise, well, who else would it be?
Right.
That's how they did it with the Beatles. When they came out with Sgt. Pepper, which was Billy's album, it was his baby. He really put it together, him and George Martin. That's why they changed the look of all of the Beatles, because if they just had Billy there as Paul, people would say, well, gee, that doesn't look like Paul McCartney. Something's changed. So when they changed everything, the hair, the beards, the costumes and all that stuff, then what happened was it took the attention away from him as a person individually. And now it's a concept where the entire band has moved on to bigger and better things, which, of course, Sgt. Pepper kicked off the psychedelic era.
Yep.
But they don't look alike. One of the researchers that I'm connected into, Sally, made an astonishing discovery going back a number of months ago. She had been talking about it and presenting it on a private group that we have. And she said he has a prosthetic right eye. Billy's right eye, it's a fake eye. And I remember when she first started showing me the images, I was looking at them and I was thinking, okay. And the more evidence that she put forward, then I said, you know what, she's absolutely right. And we did a show on that. So even though Billy is taller by inches,
Yeah.
He has a longer jawline, his face is longer. He has detached earlobes.
Yep.
I mean, there's a whole slew of differences. The biggest difference today is the fact that Billy has an artificial eye. His right eye is a fake eye, and Paul McCartney obviously had two good eyes. And we have shown in our presentations evidence that Billy's eye, his right eye, is artificial.
And what would be the point, just to make him look more like Paul?
As far as the eye,
Yeah.
I think the eye was, if I had to guess, and it is a guess, there's really two ways to go about this. One is he lost the eye somehow through an accident,
Yeah.
or two, it was part of a ritual. Billy is deeply embedded in the occult, into mysticism, into the esoteric. And if you read memoirs, he talks a lot about this, and he also talks about his affinity for Aleister Crowley, which we suspect it's possible might be his father, his biological father, through ritual sex magic. Mm-hmm. With sex magic, a child that is conceived through that ritual is earmarked for bigger and better things down the road. So they are positioned, they are groomed and handled through their life to be in prominent positions as they get older. So my suspicion is, and again, folks, I don't know for sure, is that his eye was probably part of a ritual. He does say in memoirs that his trauma-based programming started. His recall goes back to the age of 3. He said he was tutored and mentored by Aleister Crowley for 10 years. So Billy was born in 1937. Crowley died in 1947. There's the 10 years. And so there was this whole process of grooming and handling him. And and if he was conceived by Crowley during sex magic, which is something that he is known for, that was his thing. Then when he was born, he was tapped to move on to big things in his life, to be very influential in a very powerful position. And and what he's done with the Beatles, I would argue is pretty significant.
I would say he brought a lot to the table. I'm not a musician,
Yes.
but you can hear the sound change with the Beatles as soon as he joined.
Yes.
And even with what's that song, Madonna, Lady Madonna?
Lady Madonna, yeah.
That to me sounds like they put that out as a single, and in my point of view, that's Billy doing his best impression of Paul, so that we got used to the kind of because there is a switch, but so he played that song, and they put it out as a single just to get us ready for the the switcheroo. And let me ask you, what both George and John had violent acts happen to them, and what do you think that was about?
Well, Memoirs tells us, going back to October of 1962, was it 1962, that John and Paul entered into a Faustian bargain,
Yep.
a pact, a deal with the devil. Now, some folks, they don't want to embrace that. They don't want to believe it, but I'm just explaining what the book tells us.
Yeah.
And when they entered into that pact, let's say it did happen, then the argument would be that Paul's death was a result of entering into that Faustian bargain. So he would have the fame, he would have a legendary name. It would live on forever, right?
Right.
And he would be part of one of the most famous, if not the most famous, pop music songwriting teams of all time. And when you're 21, 22 years old, that sounds great.
Yep.
And so the book says that they entered into this pact, and of course both of them were at an age where, in all likelihood, they really didn't understand what it is that they were doing, what they were entering into, or the consequences of what it is that they did. And so that would lead into Paul's death in 1966. John, of course, died in 1980 when he was 40.
Yeah.
And George had that attack at his estate, and he almost died. And in the book, it's called, Billy refers to it as an overkill based upon that Faustian bargain that they entered into. So I'm not going to claim to understand the purpose of taking it beyond biological Paul McCartney and then taking out John Lennon and then trying to take out George Harrison, but that's how it's explained in the book. But these Faustian bargains, what Memoirs tells us is, Billy calls it death for success. And so if we look at many of the bands going back in the day, and it still goes on today, but if we take a look at the Rolling Stones, we had Brian Jones.
Yep.
We have Keith Moon of The Who. We have John Bonham of Led Zeppelin.
That's right.
And we can pick other bands, and it goes on and on and on. So, a lot of people have a hard time getting their heads wrapped around that these pacts, these Faustian bargains actually exist and that they're actually conducted. But based upon my research, Jay, they're real.
They're real.
They do take place. Yeah.
They're real. And we know that, Aleister Crowley let in a demon or an alien. He worked really hard to do it. And it supposedly manifested. And then Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard were trying to do the same thing in the Mojave Desert in the 50s, and they openly said that they were trying to create a moonchild that was going to create chaos. And then we have what I think is one of the most telling parts of Billy's back, or the memoirs book, is when he asked Brian Epstein what the point of the Beatles was, and Brian replied, "To destroy religion."
Yeah.
And that would
Yeah.
be the goal of Aleister Crowley.
Yeah. So that's because, as I mentioned when we started talking, that Crowley looked at the current age, the Piscean age, the age of Osiris, as a patriarchal system that was oppressive. And he really wanted nothing to do with institutionalized religion or the current construct. It goes back to concepts that were put forth by Theodor Adorno,
Yep.
where Adorno said that the whole system is a fascist system, and people are programmed to operate within a system. So at work, they are producers. At home, they are consumers. And I notice there's a lot of people that that will not put Theodor Adorno in a high esteem, but there's a lot of concepts that Adorno spoke about and he presented that, at least from the perspective of philosophically and ideologically, with regard to freeing the human spirit, made sense. It goes back to the human potential movement of the 1960s, of which Willis Harman was part of too. And Willis Harman, who was with Stanford Research Institute, he and Adorno, there's no doubt in my mind, because, it's a small club and we're not in it, but, they all knew each other and they were all working together.
Sure.
And
the Frankfurt
Adorno
School.
was very instrumental in that philosophy,
Yeah.
as well as, I believe, with oversight with regard to the Beatles and their music.
I completely agree. And I believe actually he wrote Imagine for John Lennon. I've read his poems and read his writings, and clearly he wrote that song. That is his philosophy completely. And it comes out of the Frankfurt School. A bunch of intellectuals in the 60s came out of that school, and their whole purpose was to rearrange and change culture. I was even influenced by it. One of my favorite writers when I was young, film student, was Krakauer, who was I didn't even know at the time what Frankfurt School was. Yet he was having this huge influence on me as a filmmaker. And now I realize, oh my God, what was I doing? Right. And we didn't know it. But I think Adorno is right in there. I think he was directing the music. I don't think he wrote it all, but I think he directed it. And the purpose is one of the things that these people believe is that you either have a perfect society, or if you don't have a perfect society, your society is screwed up, which everyone is, then you have to create as much chaos within that society so that society crumbles, and then you can reform everything after it crumbles. And we're clearly seeing it crumbling all around us at a record pace. And it all really did start in the 60s. That's what's really interesting, because it also, in the film industry, it started in the 60s. Right in the early 60s, you began seeing things in films that you didn't see before, and an attitude too.
Yeah.
And of course, that traveled right into the Laurel Canyon psyop, where all these filmmakers like Roger Corman and were doing all sorts of things. Another whole story. So let's get back to the Beatles. So they're trying to tell us that the Beatles wrote 237 songs in 8 years?
7 years, yeah.
7 years.
Yeah.
I'm not a songwriter, but that just seems like really way out.
Yeah, so I peg it at around 200 songs, but there's an argument and debate over how many songs, because there are songs that were not published and so on. But I use a number of 200. So yeah, so we're told that the Beatles wrote 200 songs or so, a little bit more, over a 7-year period of time. And so back in 2020, I actually released a documentary, a 4.5 hour presentation, where I looked into, did the Beatles write all their own music? And the elephant in the room for me, which told me that they did not, is a DVD I watched back in 2019, and the DVD is titled Deconstructing Rubber Soul. And it's the official narrative that's being told as to how Rubber Soul was recorded. So they tell us that the Beatles recorded 16 songs, 14 for the album, and 2 singles, plus a Christmas flexi disc within 30 days. So they entered the studio on October 11th of 1965, and they wrapped everything up on November 11th of 1965. So being a musician myself, a songwriter, as soon as I heard that story, especially given the backdrop, I should say this, the official narrative tells us that the Beatles came into the Rubber Soul sessions with essentially no backlog of material. They had really no songs written, so they had to write from scratch. So as I'm watching the DVD, and I've got this background of 16 songs starting from scratch, I said, there's no way. There's just no way that could happen. So, I started digging and I looked into it. And the result is that I concluded that it was not possible. In fact, what really happened was all of the songs were pre-written and pre-recorded, recorded by session players. And for folks who want to understand how the session musicians work, I recommend a couple of DVDs. Watch The Wrecking Crew. That will really explain how the 1960s and 1970s music industry worked, along with the DVD titled Muscle Shoals, because they were doing the same thing in Alabama as the Wrecking Crew was doing on the West Coast and also on the East Coast, but more so on the West Coast. And then watch the DVD, the documentary Hired Gun, which explains how the music industry operates from, let's say, 1980 going forward, where session players are still the mainstay of the recordings that you're listening to. So the Beatles had all of the music written, basically backing tracks were done. And by the time they got into the studio on October 11th of 1965, their task was to sing the vocals. Yep. That's it, to get the vocal tracks down. They had 30 days to do that. And it was a struggle because they had to learn the songs and they were taught the songs and they did their thing. John Lennon had said at one time, I think it was in the Rolling Stone magazine, going back to the early 1970s, that the Beatles were craftsmen, which meant they were very good at their craft, what they were trained to do. And they were trained by Tavistock to be able to pull things like that together very quickly. That was their training. So they laid the vocals down, and what George Martin did after the vocals were done was he married the instrumental tracks, which were already pre-recorded by the time the Beatles got into the studio with their completed vocals, and then they were able to release the album. But there were a lot of problems with Rubber Soul. As an example, you don't know the names of the songs because we're told that they didn't have a backlog, so they're writing the songs on the spot. Well, if you don't know the names of the songs, then you're not able yet to do any of the printing process. You can't print the record labels that go on the 33 RPM records or the 45s. You can't print the record sleeves because on the back of the Rubber Soul record sleeve is the name of the songs. So you can't do any of that stuff until you know what the songs are. And you also have to know the time of the songs, because without the timing of each song, then you cannot do the sequencing. This is all stuff that's very important to get a record out. So if the Beatles were actually writing, recording, and doing everything that the official story tells us, there was no time from the point when the lacquer, the final mono lacquer was cut on November 17th, to get that record signed, sealed, and delivered in stores, in retail on December 3rd of 1965 in time for the Christmas season. No time. And so what I concluded was, okay, well, then the only way it could have been done was all that other stuff, the record sleeve, the labels, the names of the songs, the times of the songs, the sequencing and all that, it had to be done. And when they came in and sang the vocals, George Martin wrapped up real quick, and they got the initial batch of Rubber Soul out into retail. That's how it worked. And then I concluded that if they did it for Rubber Soul, they did it for everything. That was the model. That was the model. And again, folks, watch The Wrecking Crew, watch Muscle Shoals, and watch Hired Gun. Watch those DVDs, and what I'm telling you here will make a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Or you can watch my presentation.
Yeah. Watch your presentation. It's really good. The 4-hour one is riveting. Lots of intricate details. Yeah, The Wrecking Crew is a great film.
Yeah.
About like 6 or 7 guys in LA, and they played on every album, essentially.
Yeah.
And I believe it was on your site. I saw the Mickey, what was it, Davy Jones interview,
Davy Jones,
where he says, we're not the first whatever it was, contrived band.
He said the Beatles were the first manufactured band.
They were.
In the interview. And Davy just blurted it out. Yeah. So also, I should also mention that Bernard Purdie, the famous session drummer who drummed for Aretha Franklin for 25 years, back in the late 70s, I believe it was 1978, Bernard came out and said that he drummed on 21 Beatles songs. And he caught a lot of heat for that. But Bernard, in 45 years, has never come off that statement. He said that he was hired by Brian Epstein to drum and fix the drum tracks on 21 Beatles songs. And this is what he did. I think Bernard is probably one of the most recorded drummers in the history of drumming. And we also had George Martin tell us, as part of the official narrative, that he hired Andy White to drum on P.S. I Love You and Love Me Do. And my argument is that I don't think George Martin hired Andy White just to drum on those 2 songs. I really don't. I think George Martin hired him to drum on most of the first album, Please Please Me. And then
Bernard was a different drummer on that album.
Yeah.
Almost like a jazz drummer.
Yeah. The drumming styles on the early stuff was beyond the skill level of Ringo Starr. It was beyond the skill level of a Pete Best. Also, after I released my big presentation back in April of 2020, I was having some dialogue with a lady, and I can tell, sometimes when you get emails, you can tell when somebody's corresponding with you that they know a lot more than what it is that they're letting on.
Yep.
And so once I released the presentation, she wrote me and she said, "Hey, Mike, now that the cat is out of the bag, let me just tell you that she's related to Ronnie Verrill. Now, Ronnie's passed, but Ronnie Verrill was another great session musician out of the UK, and he drummed on many, many records. In fact, he was the drummer on the Muppets animal sequence, the Muppet that would drum, that was Ronnie Verrill. But Ronnie drummed on many, many recordings. And she told me that Ronnie also drummed on Beatle tracks. And Bernard Purdie, in a 2004 interview, it was a Red Bull interview, he said that there were 4 drummers on the Beatles songs. And I believe Bernard was talking about the early period, 62 through 66. And he said that Ringo was not one of them. And then the question I get asked is, well, who were the 4 drummers? And I said, well, we know it was Andy White because the official narrative tells us Andy drummed. Bernard's been telling us he drummed on 21 songs for 45 years. And, my contact, my source said that their relative, Ronnie Verrill, drummed on Beatle tracks. And if I had to guess, it could very well be Hal Blaine as the 4th drummer, who was one of the drummers for the Wrecking Crew. From 1967 through 1970, the Beatles themselves wrote more of their own material and played more on the recorded tracks. But even during that period, the Billy period, the Beatles were still using session players and ghostwriters to fill out the content for the albums and the singles.
And really, why would you not do it that way?
Right. That's right.
You wouldn't take a chance. I worked in the corporate world for decades. So
Me too.
No way. Everything is pre-planned and pre-done. They just don't do it any other way. And
it's cycle time, Jay, right? You and I know this. It's cycle time. Yeah. So a producer is not going to waste their time with musicians that don't cut it, right? The skill level's not there. So producers, think of them as a manager, a director of the project or the initiative, and that project or initiative is an album. They're going to bring in people that they know can get the job done.
Absolutely.
Period. They're not going to waste time trying to teach somebody how to play this chord or, take 50 takes on a lead guitar part in a song. They're going to bring in the very best, and they're going to get these songs done. That's how it works.
Yeah, and you tell the story that Brian gave a tape to the who's the manager? I mean, who's the producer?
George Martin.
Yeah, to George Martin, and he rejected them.
Yes.
And then he was kind of forced to take them on by something or some force. And I'll tell you about it. A month ago, I was listening on Sirius to the Billy Joel channel, and he was talking about the last part of Abbey Road, right? That whole string of little short songs that are put together.
Yeah.
Right? And he was talking about how that influenced his songwriting. And at one point, right in the middle of talking about it, he just stops, and out of the blue, he goes, and you cannot believe what a great musician George Martin was. Whoa, did he just tell us?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, I have a clip of George Martin in an interview saying that he wrote the lead for Michelle.
Yeah.
Right? Billy tells a story that he was dabbling on the guitar and as Paul McCartney in some cafe, and he was, just coming up with something that resembled Michelle. But then you have George Martin say, yeah, I wrote the lead in Michelle. I believe George Martin was, well, not even going to say I believe, I know George Martin was instrumental. He is the glue that kept it all together. Not only was he the managing director of the psychological operation known as the Beatles and Beatlemania, but he also was, I think he was writing music. He obviously was arranging, and it's possible that Adorno was also writing some of the songs. I don't subscribe to Adorno writing all of the music, which is a claim that you'll hear sometimes, because Adorno had a lot of other stuff going on. And but I believe the way it worked is Tavistock/EMI had a staff, a small staff of writers, maybe 5 to 6, that were turning out the songs, and it was George Martin and or Theodore Adorno working together, deciding which songs were going to go on the albums and which ones were not.
Yep, absolutely the way it would function in any corporate world. So you can argue with you all you want, but I was a producer for a long time, and we would never take a chance.
No,
wouldn't. You get fired. So, yeah. So, so Billy comes in, and he's clearly a better musician than the rest of them, and the whole sound changes, and they were probably given orders to create the psychedelic era,
right?
And for mind control reasons, I would guess, and spiritual reasons, I would think. And on a cult level, these forces are let in through the dimensional barriers. The barriers are broken, and these entities get in, and they flood in, and they're evidenced by mental illness. Is basically how you identify these entities. And we certainly have a rash of mental illness going on these days. And also John was John, there's this article, you sent it to me, I'd seen it years ago, about John, his personal servant or something, saying that John had turned into a right-winger.
Yeah, Fred Seaman. Yeah, Fred Seaman was his personal assistant for 2 years. Yeah. Yeah.
And that would be, honestly, a lot of people change when they near 40, when they lose their liberalism and they go conservative, basically when they get some money and they realize how much they're getting taxed. And I'm sure he was getting taxed. And that surprised me when I first read it, but now it makes a lot of sense. He may have crossed a barrier there too, if he started talking about other stuff that he knew about.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know, what if what Fred said was true or not, but like you said, Jay, as you get older, and he had Sean at the time, so it was during this period of time when he was on a hiatus, right? That 5-year period of time. you start to see things maybe a little differently than you did when you were much younger. So it's possible that, I mean, I don't know if he was like, he flipped the switch to be a conservative, but he probably had more conservative leanings than he had previously. I mean,
Yeah.
that I could see, you know.
And also,
Um,
he's probably, waking up in the middle of the night going, "Oh my God, that incident, that was all contrived to get us to go do this or to do that or whatever." And, you're slowly putting the pieces together of your own experiences and realizing how everything was being pushed. And John Lennon was a bit rebellious. He probably didn't like that.
well, in the footnotes in memoirs, it does tell us that John really didn't understand the full scope of what it is that he was involved in. And then when Paul died, biological Paul died, that's when he started to realize that, you know what, this is a lot deeper than I think that maybe I bargained for.
Yeah.
And so Yoko was his handler. This is what's told to us in the book. And Billy said that he was also a handler, not the primary handler. Yoko was the primary handler, but between Yoko and Billy, they were there to try to contain John because they said that he was a bit of a loose cannon after the point where Paul was taken out. And the book tells us, well, the narrative tells us, the prevailing narrative of the conspiracy says that he died in a car crash. But then in the footnotes of the current version of memoirs, I think going back to last year, it starts to allude to the fact that it was a ritual sacrifice, that perhaps it wasn't a car accident involved at all, that he was just taken out on very early in the morning on September 11th, 1966, as part of a ritual sacrifice.
I just want to get this straight. Are you saying that there's other editions of memoirs?
Yeah. So we have the 2009 version, and then in 2018, the 9 after 909 version was released. And that was the first version that had the footnotes. The first edition didn't have footnotes. And I correspond with Tom Harriet once in a while. Tom is the author or the encoder of the book. And what I gathered was Billy wanted things to move along a little quicker. And so to do that, the narrative of the book, because it is categorized as historical fiction, they wanted to put these footnotes in place to basically put more spice into it, more boldness into the statements as to what was really going on. And then there was a release of the book, updated again in 2021, and then 2022. Now, the 2021 and 2022 version have more information in it. But if you have the 2018 version, the 9 after 909 version, it's pretty much there. But some additional information has been added, especially with regard to the footnotes. So yeah, there's been multiple updates.
Okay, so tell us, why did Billy write the books? He's clearly got his picture on it, and clearly he wrote it, or parts of it.
Because nobody knows who he is, right? So there's a chapter 65 in the book is titled, let me see, I've got it right here, Know the Difference. So in that chapter, it's the second to last chapter, he tells us that everybody knows me as this person that I'm playing the role of, who passed away 56 years ago. That's not me. Everybody thinks the guy that passed away wrote all these songs. That's not him. That was me. So before he heads out, because his runway is getting shorter, he's 86 years old. He was born in 1937. We suspect his birthday is either September 9th or September 11th. That he wants people to know who he is. He wants to go out, not as so much as Paul McCartney, the persona, the public persona, but he wants more and more people to know who he is as a person, who he really is. But it's a tough nut to crack, because after 56 years of deception, it's going to be a little difficult to get any number of people, forget about a critical mass, to really latch on to the whole story.
Yeah, and I'm not really interested in how many people believe it. I'm more interested in what it reveals about what they're doing and how it works and I wanted to ask you just kind of a side question. What do you think of Dylan?
Well, back in the early 2000s, he was on 60 Minutes with Ed Bradley. And in that interview, he said he made a deal with the chief commander. And then Ed Bradley asked him, well, chief commander, who's that? You know? And so Dylan was saying, well, he's the chief commander in this world and the next world. I'm
Guy that
paraphrasing.
runs this world and the other world, or something
Right,
like
right. And so it's interesting because in that interview, Ed Bradley asked him if he can write these songs today. And Dylan says, no, I can't do that anymore. And basically saying there was a time and a place. There was a moment when I was able to do this stuff. Also, there's a documentary, I forgot the name of it, that's on Amazon. It's a couple of hours long, where people who knew Dylan said that originally when he was playing these local clubs in the early 1960s and so on, he wasn't a great guitar player. He couldn't play harmonica. And then they said they believe he went off to the Crossroads, which is the Faustian bargain. And he comes back and he's writing all these lyrics. He's got all these songs. He could play the harmonica. And so, it's another one of these examples you could put out there and say, well, this guy went from not having all of this talent and skill to all of a sudden he's this prolific, very deep, insightful, introspective songwriter. How did that happen? But in the Rolling Stone magazine I mentioned earlier in the 1970s, I believe it was Rolling Stone. If not, it might have been the Playboy interview in 1980, but I think it was Rolling Stone. Lennon called Dylan a myth.
Yep.
He said the Beatles myth, the Dylan myth, so the McCartney myth. So, I mean, John was kind of on a roll at one point where he was just pointing it out that this stuff is not real.
Yeah, he was.
It's illusionary.
Yeah, it is curious. Dylan did complain in one interview, like around 1975. He said, "My muse left me a few years ago," and it clearly he had studio musicians with him playing behind him, and he even admits it. So it's not even
Yep.
and also, I don't know. There's something about his singing, especially with Nashville Skyline. There's some like weird change that happened right there. They say he got in a motorcycle accident.
Right.
Yeah, but something happened at that time period, 68, 69, with him. And I don't know what it was, but I'm not even sure that the guy playing Dylan is Dylan anymore.
Well, that's another conspiracy that Bob Dylan was swapped out too about that time. And but that's not something I have looked at in any great detail. So yeah. So
I just wondered
the
if
whole
you had,
McCartney thing has been enough for me.
I was sucker punched by Dylan, thought he was God on earth for a while, and now
Yeah,
I'm
well,
not.
that's it, right? They're put out there as the gods. That's where you focus your energy, both your
Also, if
spiritual.
you look at the lyrics of Times They Are a Changing, they're pretty revealing, actually.
Yeah,
The curse is cast. The curse is cast against who? I mean,
right.
what do you mean the curse is cast, right? And it's very strange, as if he's actually quite telling us quite a bit about what he's learned about, the plan.
Right.
The same thing with Leonard Cohen, with First We Take Manhattan and The Future. And I mean, he's like letting out a lot of stuff in those songs if you know your stuff.
Well, this is what they do. I know you know this as well as anybody. They put it out there, and it's up for each individual to decode it and understand what it is that they're really saying. And
have you seen the pictures of Leonard Cohen in the university mind control?
No.
Oh yeah, type it in, Google it. Leonard Cohen, when he was like 9 years old, was taken to, I forget which university, where the CIA was doing all their mind control experiments in Canada, in Montreal, and he has told his girlfriend, she put it on her blog, that he had been mind controlled by the CIA when he was a young man.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't. You mentioned Laurel Canyon earlier.
Yep.
The military intelligence they've got their they got their stink all over Laurel Canyon.
Yeah, there was a 1938 article in the LA Times about a labyrinth tunnel system under Laurel Canyon that they discovered. And then all the houses got strategically built. I used to live in that area, and like Merv Griffin took this place. Oh, that was just one of the openings are. And there was even a tunnel between Jack Nicholson's house and Marlon Brando's house.
Is that right?
Yeah, Marlon Brando died and Jack got the house and then he burned it down. He made a deal with the LA Fire Department to do a test burn. So they burned down Marlon Brando's house, and then the tunnel caved in during the, putting the water all over the fire caused the tunnels cave in. They saw the tunnel went all the way to Jack Nicholson's house. Makes you wonder.
Yeah, I mean, what it tells you is this reality is nothing with regard to what most people believe it is. It's absolutely nowhere even close. And that's the thing. I mentioned in one of my presentations that the work that I do, Jay, I do it for me because, like you, I want to understand the mechanics of how they go about doing what they do.
Yep.
I don't do this to convince anybody of anything. I really don't, because you can't convince people. If they're not ready, they're not ready. You can talk to you blue in the face. Nothing's going to happen. So you have to do it for yourself. And, but if by putting your information out there, you're able to interest a couple of people and it resonates with them, that's fantastic. But really, at the end of the day, I always tell my audience, it's an individual journey to learn what this is all about.
Yeah. And, you have to look at the right artist and figure out, what they're saying, because not all of them are as high up the pyramid as others. And so the right artist will tell you a lot more if you read between the lines. And people like David Bowie and even Prince were getting very close to saying things that were, troublesome to some people. And then they both kind of vanished.
Yeah. Got to be careful with what you say. That's why the Memoirs of Billy Shears is, in my opinion, a very, very important book.
I agree.
Because it is coming from a very high level person within the pyramid. And he's giving you insight into how this all works. And but unfortunately, most people are going to, they're going to hug the Cinderella story. They just want to believe that the fictional official narrative. They don't want to hear anything about how it really works.
It's fascinating. You see things that you want to see. You hear things that you want to hear, and even when you point it out to people, they still don't see it. And even then, and then you use backup evidence, and they still don't see it. So it's something that these guys know about human nature and human psychology, that you can actually reframe reality right in front of us, and we'll buy it. And they do it all the time. It's the more that I examine and drill down into events of the past, the more I realize, a lot of them just weren't real. They were not real at all. They were staged events. And now I'm not even going to get into it because I know what YouTube would do to me. But, just events that happened around my life, I went back and looked at, shootings and things. And I was like, wait a minute, none of this makes any sense. And so that's the world we live in. And I do believe you're right. I think the whole point is, well, I call it the great distortion. And William Casey, head of the CIA, once said that once everything that the people believe is a lie, we'll know that we succeeded.
Yes.
And you say to yourself, well, why would anyone build a world like that? Why would you want to live in a world like that? Because how irresponsible can you possibly be, right? But they use this chaos magic to hide themselves. That's what I've concluded. And the chaos magic is the great distortion. And it's like they have a list of distortions ready to pull out. As soon as the one distortion isn't working anymore, they bring out the next distortion until everybody is mentally ill. And that is rampant right now too.
Yeah. What I tell my audience is what you have to come to grips with is that this world is run by occultists.
Yep.
You have to understand that. It's not run by presidents. It's not run by prime ministers. That's just all puppet show stuff in front of the curtain.
Yep.
And once you understand that it is run based upon occultism, and the point you made before, Jay, about the controller's knowledge of the human mind and how to manipulate it goes way, way beyond what most people can even comprehend. They have been at this for a very, very long time. And in a show I did a number of years ago, I said to my guests, anything worth knowing is a lie. And what I meant by that is, if knowing the truth would help you in any way, would help you to understand this reality, it's going to be a lie. And right now, what they're doing is they're going down an alchemical process to change the world. And I also did a presentation on this as well. And right now we're going through a process. There's four stages of this alchemical process. So the first one is the Negredo stage. And that's the total destruction of the existing structures, belief systems, traditions, religions, and so on. Because from an occult perspective, from a magician's perspective, you cannot have remnants of the old. It all has to go away. You have to start with a clean slate and then build from there. And then you have the rise of the phoenix. So,
this is what we're going to plot behind 2001: A Space Odyssey, basically.
Yeah.
The monolith is the prima materia, the black stone.
Right.
It changes and revamps the human race 3 times in the movie. And the final one is, of course, the Star Child coming back. And Kubrick was clearly high up in those realms, and was probably, it was a pre-scripted movie that was scripted by them on purpose. I mean, I have the interview with the head of MGM at the time, and a guy says, well, what about that crazy science fiction movie you got being made in London? And he goes, I'm not following any of that. It's like, yeah, right, buddy. $10 million movie in 1968, and you're not following it?
Yeah.
Right? Because he didn't pay for it. So the whole thing is, and Kubrick must have been vastly aware of this Beatles thing, I think, too. So, we know the Who knew about it, because Pete Townsend says the parting on the left is a parting on the right. And that's exactly what happened, Paul.
You're talking about the hairline.
Yeah, the hair part to the right, which is the real telltale sign of who you're dealing with here. Right? They can't get rid of Help and Hard Day's Night, though. If we have any evidence that they're massaging those movies to make it more amorphous?
I don't know. I have to take a look. I actually have old versions of on VHS and stuff. I should go take a look. Now, they do doctor images on the internet all the time.
All the time.
This is what I tell people. People can't comprehend this. And I said, look, they control the internet, okay? So they can put up, take down, modify whatever it is they want to do. And it's the same thing with documents, right? So some people will say to me, well, where's biological Paul's birth certificate? I'm like, we're dealing with deep state stuff.
Yeah.
Getting rid of a birth certificate is like a walk in the park. People still have this concept that this structure of law and order that you've been told exists, that it actually exists. Well, it exists for you, yes, but not for them. No. They have a whole different set of rules. There's a whole different reality. But they do a lot of doctoring, and I see it all the time. I see pictures of biological Paul McCartney where all of a sudden his chin's grown a little longer.
Yes.
His eyes have changed up a little bit. So they do it all the time.
Yeah, right before I watched the rooftop concert that they did at the end of Let It Be, or I think Let It Be. I can't remember. Yeah,
Let It Be. Yeah, the Get Back sessions.
Yeah, I knew it was coming on. I think it was YouTube or wherever, and I said, okay. As a film director, you're dealing with a guy who's about 6'4", where the original Paul was about 5'11", 6'3". What would you do? And I wrote down. I said, well, I would separate John and George. I would put Paul to the one side, and then I would shoot a camera straight up at him so that would reduce his the height that he had,
Right.
and then I turned it on, and it's exactly what they did. I was like, oh my god, it's exactly
Yeah,
how.
exactly. So in the old days, it used to be Paul and George at the same microphone
Yep.
and John to the side. And then with the Get Back sessions, the rooftop, they separated, they spread them all out. And they did exactly what you said, Jay.
Yep.
And also, when you watch the Get Back rooftop scene, take a look at how Billy plays bass. Notice his
Yeah.
stance. It's very, very different than how you see Biological Paul when he
Yep.
played going back into the early 1960s. Paul was much more animated. You know, his bass is
Paul
hopping up and
never.
down, and you know,
Yeah, the original Paul never looked at his playing. He could just play
yes, he
without. I
played.
really, but the Billy, he had to look.
He had to look,
Someone has to look.
and in all fairness to Billy, the reason why he looks, I think there's two reasons. One is because he's naturally right-handed, so he had to teach himself how to play left-handed bass. And for those
That
out
must have
there that
been
think
hard.
it's impossible, it's not impossible. There are Beatle tribute bands where the bassist is naturally right-handed, and they taught themselves to play left-handed. I think the Fab Four is one of those bands. The other thing, the other reason why I think Billy looks to um, to his left when he's playing is because he's blind in his right eye. Okay, so right, so he so when he's playing, he has to he can't see out of
Overlook.
his right eye, so he has to look this way in order to make
Yeah.
sure he's where he's supposed to be on the fingerboard, on the fretboard. So that's something that I determined once Sally came on and talked about the fact that he has a prosthetic eye. But again, going back to the first reason, he's naturally right-handed. So if he's going to play left-handed, there's going to be a natural tendency to look to make sure you're playing the notes and you're where you're supposed to be on the neck.
Yeah, and there's the famous film where he's at the Maharishi and he's playing six-string guitar, right-handed.
Yeah, he intentionally flipped that. He did that intentionally in order to play with the whole Paul is Dead crew, right? The people out there looking for clues. He knew that that was flipped, and he would do that once in a while. In memoirs, he mentions that. He says, "Yeah, they'll put stuff out there like that just to kind of to poke and put some more clues out there."
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what when I went down the rabbit hole in I think 2011, I just kept finding stuff had been switched and changed. And I was like,
Yeah,
what's going on? And then I was reaching, I didn't have any evidence, but I was reaching the same conclusion that you've reached, that, somebody's really messing with this, and that the Beatles are a gigantic hoax. And the real question is, could you have a class action suit? I guess not, because it's the deep.
no, no. I mean, here's the thing, right? People have asked me that, and first of all, the court systems, where are you going to go? It's all owned by the very same people that are plugged into him. So that's not going to happen. Number two is he's operating under a corporate fiction. He's operating as Paul McCartney, the enterprise, Paul McCartney, the business,
Right.
the corporation. Okay. So it's like if you own a business and somebody says, "Hey, are you the ABC company?" And you go, "Yeah, I'm the ABC company." Well, are you really a building? No, but you could
That's
say
right.
you're the ABC because you own, that's your corporation. So when Billy says he's Paul McCartney, he's operating under a corporate fiction. And I mean, I can tell you right now, all the I's have been dotted and T's have been crossed contractually to make sure that that thing is bulletproof.
Yep. I know you're right, because I know a screenwriter in Hollywood who wrote amazing screenplay about the whole thing, and he couldn't get. I mean, it was a really good screenplay, and no one would do it. I mean, no one would touch it with a 10-foot pole. So
About the Beatles?
yeah,
Oh, okay. So what he was going to dig into the conspiracy
yeah, oh
to
yeah,
reveal it?
the whole thing, yeah. And it was, he had fake people, fake names, right? But
Yeah.
it was clearly obvious who it was, right, and what was going on, and but no traction at all. Just like I know another screenwriter who wrote a screenplay called 1969: A Space Odyssey, going into the whole Kubrick stuff, and again, a really good screenplay, but No one will touch it. And so it's all being controlled from the very top, of course.
Oh
But
yeah. Yep.
yeah,
Well, the Beatles, the moon landing, all that stuff, that's very, very, very important
it all started at the same time.
to their narrative. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so amazing. It's like somebody in 1961 went, hey, you know what? We can like change reality, right?
Yep.
And we'll get the best people and and we'll do it that way. And I think that's exactly what's going on even to this day.
And they did. That's the thing. It goes back to what I was saying before. If we put 1960 as the stake in the ground, move
Yep.
forward 60 years, the amount of change that's taken place worldwide is monumental.
And let's not forget these occult groups were I have books, alchemical books going back 400 years. They were using plants that had dimethyltryptamine in them. They were using mold off of rye, which is LSD, and they were using them in their rituals. I've got the rituals that they're using them, and I'm talking in like 1600 they were doing that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So this group worked its way up into the power grid through Crowley, and then they spread their chaos, magic, hallucinogen religion. And that's what they're doing. They're trying to create a new religion to replace the old religions, all of them, I think.
Yeah.
Or those old religions have to start taking the hallucinogens.
Well, we could see, no, they want to replace the old religions. That's what I think. They just want to get rid of it because it's in their way. They can't have all these divergent belief systems
No.
as roadblocks to where they want to go. So the way to do it is to break it down. Just break it down. Get it to the point where it doesn't have the hold on people like it used to. Now, some people are never going to let go of it, but their plan is to move forward with a lot less people. I'll say it that way so that this doesn't get bounced up at YouTube. So there's going to be
I'm
a
the guy
process in
that
place that
I
that's
brought
going
the
to fit.
Georgia Guidestones to the world a long
Yeah,
time ago, and we know all about that. And yeah, that's their plan. Their plan is to drive down and then have a more manageable population. But there's a lot of arguing right now among the elites that they actually need a big population. So, or they can't go forward with they're trying to move into a type 2 civilization. That's their plan. We're going to type 3 or type 1, and they want us to move into a type 2, which is a high-tech, worldwide connected civilization where they manage everything through AI, and they want us to comply with it. And that's where we're at.
yeah, yeah. But eventually, and I'm not talking about 10 years from now, 20 years from now, they think in terms of not just decades, but hundreds of years. So they might say centuries from now, this is our plan. This is where we plan to be. And this is unfathomable to most people. How do you think in terms of how do you plan and strategize centuries out? But, when you've got, when you have all of this stuff tied together with bloodlines and systems of education that we're never going to be privy to, that's how they keep it all together, and but I like to think, Jay, that we're giving them a little bit of of a run for their money. Shows like this and others out there that are trying to expose what's really going on. So all we
I know
can
you're
do
right
is
because about 9 months ago, I put out my film about the Zapruder film, and which was pretty radical view of the Zapruder film. And but I finally found a clear version of it so I could actually describe what was happening. And I thought to myself, well, I wonder what's going to happen now, right? Not that many people watching, maybe 6,000 people, something like that. Within 2 weeks, Oliver Stone was on Joe Rogan for, I think, 3 hours talking about his film, and because I really criticized his film in my expose. And then I said, okay, now we're going to head into the whatever year it is of the death, November 22nd, another occult day, by the way.
yeah,
And And then, even Tucker and everybody's going on about, oh, the CIA did it. The CIA did it. And I thought, well, that is amazing. They're doing a limited hangout right in front of me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little too much too late, Tucker. I saw that too.
Yeah. I thought so too.
Yeah.
Little too late. But, we are making, are having an effect because I see the effect. And you've done really good scholarship. That's what I like about you. You're strictly business. You just take one step at a time, look at the facts, get it out there without any emotion, because I mean, you're going to piss off a lot of people who are
Oh yeah.
Beatle fans, and again, I don't care. You know,
No, the truth is the truth.
yeah,
And the truth has got to go out. I mean, to the best of your ability that you're able to expose the truth. You're never going to nail everything because there's always stuff that you're not going to know. There's pieces of the puzzle that are out there that have not been discovered yet. And the process is to discover these other pieces so you can continue to build the picture. And that's the position that I put myself in. I don't sit there and say, oh, I have the entire thing figured out, because tomorrow another piece of information can come your way, which means you're going to have to change up perhaps where you were the day before. So you have to stay fluid because, like I said, the flow of information, there's always something that's going to roll up on your doorstep that you have to consider.
yeah. And then you jog the memory of somebody, and then they contact you, and
You're right.
all sorts of different kinds of information. And the more that you get out, the more you have input coming in, and I get clues about every week or so about films and machinations inside films.
Yeah.
Stuff that probably make me sound like a mad person if I said it, to anybody, but it's definitely there. That's all I can say. There's definitely all sorts of stuff going on in showbiz that is, well, they're not hiding it anymore. The Grammys had a satanic performance the other night, so
No, they don't hide it at all anymore.
no. And it makes you, makes you wonder if there isn't some kind of satanic force. I mean, it really does. The more deeper you get into it, you eschew it. I'm trying to stay scientific. I don't want to, but then you see things happening that are kind of baffling, as if, like you said, the long-term plan. Well, what kind of human? The only answer to the long-term plan is they really do have some kind of elixir of life and they can live for a long, long time, which I've heard they do. Or two, it's alien or interdimensional that doesn't care about time. It has a plan. Its plan is to do whatever it's going to do, and it's doing it. I prefer the previous one than the other one or they could be together. The long-lived person could be influenced by, especially if they're taking psychedelics, high doses of psychedelics. I'm used to be an advocate of that, but I no longer am because I've seen the damage that they've caused. And so I do not advocate for taking large doses of psychedelics. I think it's a bad thing. I think it plays right into their hands, actually.
Yeah. Well, I
All
think
right,
that my personal opinion is I do believe that they are plugged into otherworldly,
yeah.
outside of our realm. And that's one of the points of continuity that keeps this thread going. So, and
Yeah, I really do agree with that. I think that there's these ethereal presences and planes around the earth, and they have an investment in keeping the earth a certain way, and they view us as kind of like a nuisance, and they manifest here and they try to change our spiritual ways. Jacques Vallée talks about that in his books, about these interdimensional beings that change our religions, and there's a lot to it. There is.
there is a lot. In fact, a previous show I did with a friend of mine, Billy Watson, I said that it's like a mind parasite or pathogen
Yeah.
that commandeers the minds of so many people, especially those that are in power, because what's going on, how they think, the things that they do, it doesn't emanate from the human soul, the human spirit,
Yeah.
Jay. So there's something alien to them, to the way they think, to the way they behave. That's my thought.
Oh, I think so. And I think that I think they walk among us actually. And
Hmm.
I think that it's just exactly what the Nag Hammadi and the Gnostic text say. They're drawing all their energy off of us. We're like kept in uh, in a hospital bed, just on life, preserve. Well, they draw all our energy off, but they don't want to kill us because they still need that energy. And so that's what the great distortion is. It's just keeping you in a stupor while your energy is being stolen from you.
Yeah, and a lot of that energy is a result of people living in fear.
Yep. I wanted to tell you, my wife actually went to go see the Beatles. I don't know when they went to Baltimore, 65, 66. And she was paid $5 to scream. She was probably cute as a button, 16 years old or whatever. And she was given $5, which was worth a lot of money in those days. And she screamed for the whole time. And then I was thinking, okay, that's a good gag and everything. But if the Beatles really were not that good musicians, it's possible that they were paying off these girls to scream because she said she could not hear the music. It was like, it was so loud in there that all she could
Yeah.
hear was all a drum or something, but nothing. She could not hear the music. So it is possible they're paying those girls to scream just to cover up the bad musicianship.
Well, in memoirs, it says that in the beginning, that's exactly what they did. They paid for the girls to scream and carry on, and then they knew that human behavior, that others would mirror that
Yeah,
behavior and not get paid. They would do it for free, and and
yeah,
that's what
like
happened. So that's how they started by having to set it up, and then they knew that the way humans behave,
yep.
right, they would mimic.
Dance craze of medieval Europe. You know about
Yeah.
that? Yeah,
What's that?
the dance craze of medieval Europe.
No, tell me about it.
Okay, so it was reported all over Europe. It usually started out with a woman, and she would go to the center of town and she'd do this kind of punk rock,
Yeah.
jerky dance, and then pretty soon another woman would show. It was always women, and pretty soon it'd be 15 women do it. Then men would start joining in, and the whole town would be doing this, imitating this woman, and still to this day we can't explain it, but
Jay, you mentioned something that I wanted to ask you a question about. In fact, as a film person, um, what I have said that you said your wife went to the concert, she couldn't hear anything because it was so loud, people were screaming and so on. Yet, when we get these videos of the Beatles playing in 1964, 65, playing live, we get sound that's very articulated. There's a differentiation between the guitars, George's guitar, John's guitar, the bass, and so on, the vocals. And as a musician, my argument was, well, back in the day, they only had two track recorders. That's number one. And to play in those types of settings, and many times the vocals were going through the PA systems, especially when they were in baseball stadiums like Shea Stadium in New York, that to get that type of recording is impossible.
impossible.
So what they did, and actually I was told this by a friend of mine who was a professional sound engineer. Been he's been in the business for decades. This is Mike. All of this post-production takes place afterward. So all this work goes to get the audio all cleaned up. They'll put a completely different track to the performance and so on. And then it's married. And then I'm oversimplifying this, folks, by the way. Okay, I'm just telling you how this goes. And then it's sent out for public consumption. And that's the other thing that people don't understand, that there's this whole post-production piece of this thing. There's this machine behind the entertainment, right?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, definitely that they overdubbed the Shea Stadium stuff and everything. There's no way.
Yeah.
I also
Yeah.
watched the documentary on Shea Stadium. Watch how it's cut. You can't really watch them playing very long. It's a quick cut, quick cut, quick cut. You're
Yes.
like, I want to watch Ringo drum, but I can't get to see it very much because, and that's done on purpose too. So
Yeah. That reminds me of footage of them playing in 1966 in Japan at Budokan. And I picked this up. I was watching the concert, and they're doing Day Tripper. And the song starts, and either John or George are playing the riff, but the song is playing. Okay. And there's another part in that exact concert where George is playing the song, If I Needed Someone, and he's playing his guitar. And then he waves to somebody, and the guitar is still strumming along. And
I'll be dang.
yeah, yeah. So I was,
So they had the music pre-recorded like ELO did. And
well, it was either a backing track, or back in the day, I had another person come forth. I know, said that there are backstage, offstage musicians that the audience cannot see who are playing the music. Maybe at some points, not all of it, but at key times, they're doing whatever they need to do to make sure it sounds right. So it might be the complete song, it might be a part of the song, or whatever. So take a look at that footage, folks, if you have a chance. Go to, you can see it on the internet. Look up Day Tripper 1966 in Budokan, and watch John and George, both of them. They are not playing the riff, but you're hearing it. So how did that happen?
yeah, there's all sorts of other clues. The drum kit in Magical Mystery Tour, the Three Beatles.
Yeah, Three Beatles.
And I mean, they're clearly not trying to hide it that much. And I don't know. Manipulation everywhere.
Everywhere.
Hey, Mike, I really appreciate you coming on. You're a wealth of knowledge. I'll watch all of your videos. I tell everybody, watch his videos. You'll love
Thank
it.
you, Jay.
Especially the 4-hour Beatles one, because I mean, you really ace it for them not being able to have the talent to write their music, or the age to have enough experiences. I mean, you have to live to be a certain age before you can be a good writer. And, a lot of people that are young go force experiences on themselves so that they can write, but they still were too young, 21, 22. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, and you have to understand the background of the deep state. You have to understand the Committee of 300, of Tavistock, Stanford Research Institute. You have to understand who Theodore Adorno was, Willis Harman, and I cover all that. And then once you understand who these players are, then the pieces to the puzzle come together a lot easier, I think.
That's right, and there are not that many players. If you make a list of them, you're not going to hit over 200 players that are obviously the members of this thing, and there's like a culture brigade, and they own all the studios, and they run the whole thing. That's what happens.
Yeah,
things handed down from, it's not as overt. It's more like, why don't you do some films on a certain subject? Right? They suggest it. Right? Then all of a sudden you see all these films coming out that address a certain mind control subject that they want you to do. And that's how they do it. So it's never overt. That's the thing. They keep it the other way.
Right.
All right. Mike Williams, you are a wealth of knowledge. Sage of Quay, sageofquay.com. Check out his YouTube. It's really good. Oh, I want to add, Mark Stacer is not John Lennon, right?
No.
Okay. I apologize.
He's completely different ears.
Huh?
He has completely different ears.
Yeah, I saw your video. And I foolishly said he was about 2 years ago.
There's times when he looks very much like him, but look at Mark's ears.
Yeah.
Very, very different than John's ears.
Yeah. And then lastly, before we leave, so really, ironically, Paul is Billy is the only of the three original Beatles. They're all gone, and they kind of all left early.
Yeah, well, Ringo's still here, and Pete Best is still here. Yeah, he's still alive, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, Ringo.
But Billy has commandeered the show. Let's just put it that way. Billy has put himself in a position where he is the Beatles. Yep.
And now he's in control of the narrative.
Yep.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on.
All right, Jay. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, everybody. I'm Jay Weidner, Reality Check, hit like, subscribe, and all that other stuff. And I'm going to have Mike back because there's is an amazing subject. Thanks, Mike.
No, and I'm really glad I'm doing this interview. Well, I don't do interviews. I do conversations. I'm really glad I'm speaking to you now rather than 2 years ago, Because I reckon 2 years ago I'd have been like, yeah, there's this guy who does this kind of Beatles conspiracy stuff, and I better ask him some hard questions, and I think I'd have asked some different questions from the one I'm going to ask you today. Like, they would have been more entry level, whereas I've got some some more sophisticated ones now. Because I'm totally down. I'm totally down the Beatles conspiracy rabbit hole. But for those who aren't there yet, tell us first about yourself. I mean, you were an ardent Beatles fan, weren't you?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so I grew up with the Beatles. I've told the story many times. Back as early as 1968, I remember just loving Beatle music. And I went to go see Yellow Submarine in 1968, and I bugged my parents to go see it. And, it wasn't my parents' cup of tea. The Beatles were not, So my father took my brother and I to the movie. And so it goes all the way back to even before 68. I mean, I was aware of them in 1967, and I started playing Beatles songs on guitar. What I would do is I would buy sheet music, guitar sheet music, easy guitar stuff, and that's how I taught myself to play, because I knew the Beatles songs. And so when I figured out the chord diagrams and I started strumming them, because I knew the songs, I knew whether I was playing them correctly or not. And so as time evolved, they just became a big part of my life. I collected a lot of Beatle memorabilia over the years, James. I have a huge Beatle vinyl collection. Some of it I have sold off. The more collectible stuff I still have. And I collected their vinyl for many years. And I have their records from all over the world. And some of the records I have are very collectible. And so the Beatles were a big part of my life. I learned to become a guitar player, a musician, a songwriter, writing my own songs and recording because of them. And I became aware of the Paul is Dead conspiracy going back to around 1976 or so. That's when I really started to pay attention to it. And I was a junior in high school. And one of the things that I did back then was to pull together a little lecture. I brought in a friend of mine. His brother was older than us. He was about 4 or 5 years older. His name was Doug. And Doug knew about all the clues that were on the Beatle albums, the backmasking and all that stuff. And so I was so fascinated by it. And he knew all the clues. So my school at the time, my high school in New York, was very progressive. So they allowed us to bring in guest speakers. Of course, it had to be approved and all that stuff. And I put these little posters up in the school letting people know that we're going to have a Paul is Dead presentation. This goes back to 1976. And I didn't expect anything. And then once the moment came, it was a packed house. It was a classroom. There was standing room only. Doug was at the front of the room, and he was taking everybody through the clues. But I thought at the time, and for the longest time, that Paul was always Paul, and that the whole Paul is Dead deal was nothing more than a clever, witty marketing program, the Beatles having some fun with their fan base, because the way the Beatles are presented to us is they're very clever and witty. And it wasn't until 2016, it was 2016, that I bought the book, The Memoirs of Billy Shears. This is the later edition with the blue cover. The original cover was red, and I bought the book on Amazon on a lark. It came up as suggested reading, something you might like, a recommendation. So I got the book and I read it, and as I was reading it, it was just taking me back because there's so much detail in the book. I thought to myself, look, the only way all of this information can be in this book is it has to be coming from somebody from the inner circle, whether it's the guy playing Paul McCartney or people within the inner circle that have helped to put the book together. One way or another, all of that information just didn't come from nowhere. There had to be a source. And so when I got the book, I set on a course to research it and to figure out whether the book was truthful and where it was not being truthful, where it was just telling a fictional tale. The book is classified as historical fiction, and there's a reason for that. It's for plausible deniability. But the book is a very elaborate piece of encoding. The author is Tom U. Harriet. Tom and I, over the years, have become friendly from the perspective of a professional relationship. I tried to get Tom on my podcast going back to 2016. Initially, he said he would come on, and then about a week later, he wrote me and he said that he couldn't do any podcasts, any interviews. And I surmise that the reason for that is because he signed non-disclosures, and legal representation in all likelihood said to him, look, it's best that you don't do that, because even innocently, unknowingly, you could say something that could be breach of the NDA. So in any case, that set me on a course to read the book, to decode the book. That's the most important thing. You have to decode it. Those who are intrepid will take the time to do it. I'm connected into a handful of colleagues that have done that. A lot of the work, a lot of the research is mine, but on the other hand, there's research that comes my way because I'm connected into some really smart people that have taken the book and decoded it. So it's been 8 years now. I started in 2016. I didn't think it would last this long. The first show I was on to talk about it was Sophia Smallstorm's podcast, and I didn't even want to do it. I just told her about this book I was reading, and I said it's very fascinating. I don't know what to make of it yet, but it's fascinating. And she wanted me to come on. So finally, I said, okay. So I put together a huge PowerPoint presentation to break the book down, because it's 666 pages. There's 66 chapters. So yeah, so to boil it down, I had to put these charts together, and that was not something I was looking to do, because I knew it was going to be a lot of work. But I did it. And then Mark Devlin contacted me after that, and he wanted me to come on his show and talk about it. And it's really funny, James, on that show, I said to Mark toward the end of the show that this was the very last presentation or discussion I was going to have on Paul is Dead. Famous last words. And so it's 8 years later, and there's just so much to the conspiracy.
Yeah.
There's so much to it, and it's really it's foundational from the perspective of, if you take a look at other conspiracies, the elements contained within the Beatles and McCartney conspiracy you can apply to many, many other conspiracies. So, and that's where I'm at with it today, and I don't know how much longer I'm going to do it. Sometimes I say, I don't know. I think maybe I'll do it this year and ride into the sunset, but every time I have those thoughts, something else pops up, and it drags me back into it.
I'd say, Mike, it's a sacred duty. I mean, it's like, I know that I was meant to do this stuff that I'm revealing to the world, and you've cornered a particular part of the market. And that sounds like a cynical phrase. It's not. You are contributing something really important. Okay, so the thing I get from a lot of, I've got this Telegram channel, and I've got people comment on my blog posts and stuff like that, and the thing you hear time and time again from people who are who accept that Kennedy was shot by the CIA and the mafia and so on, people who know that 9/11 wasn't planned by a man in a cave, they know we haven't been to the moon landing, but even these people say, why should we care about the Beatles? This is way too esoteric. It discredits our cause. It makes us look really wacky when we're starting to talk about stuff like Paul is dead. I've got an answer to that, but maybe you could give me your answer.
Yeah, it's important because, like I mentioned earlier, it's foundational to many of the other conspiracies that people are looking into. It's not just about a guy that was replaced or swapped out. The first question you have to ask yourself, why was it done in secrecy? Why was it done the way it was done? So when people say stuff like that, because I get the same questions and I hear the same things, first of all, it's a massive lie. And the other thing is, people really don't understand the impact that the Beatles have had on society and culture. And the reason why a lot of people don't get it is because the change that has taken place from a social engineering perspective through Tavistock, it's very incremental and very methodical. So it's like the boiling frog concept. You don't really know that things are changing the way they're changing at the moment because it's a slow boil. But if you take a look at where we are today, and you go backwards 60 years in time, and you take a look at the cultural and societal landscape, and you compare them, there's a huge difference. And the Beatles are the foundation to all of the musical genres that followed. So they were really the first manufactured band to come out with a full-fledged mission of social engineering. And the social engineering initiative that was put in place was to tear down traditional values, including institutionalized religion, and Christianity was in the crosshairs. And they brought in a counterculture that consisted of anti-establishment. It was drug-oriented, free love. It changed the whole landscape, even the way people dressed, facial hair, dialogue. Many, many things changed because of the Beatles. And subsequent bands and genres of music built on top of that to the point to where we are today. Today, it's just blatantly in our faces what's going on there with all of the occultism and the ritual and all that stuff. Yes, it's over the top. So the Beatles are very important. The Beatles were immersed in the occult. When I say the Beatles, I'm talking about the Beatles as an entity. And they were immersed in Thelema. They were immersed in Crowleyism, Aleister Crowley. And they were the Pied Pipers of Crowley's Aeon of Horus. So the Aeon of Horus, many people will refer to it as the Age of Aquarius. But Crowley wrote about, talked about his new Aeon, where people would be unshackled and would be able to pursue their true and pure will. And so when we take a look at the Beatles, take a look at the Sgt. Pepper outfit. When we talk about the Pied Piper, Pied means multicolored. When we look at the Sgt. Pepper album cover, we have the Beatles in multicolored band outfits. They are the Pied Pipers. So it was very, very systematic, very strategic, the way that they rolled the Beatles out. They started with very simple songs going back to Love Me Do and Please Please Me. Songs like that from their first album, Please Please Me. And then there was this very quick progression where the songs became more sophisticated and they were taking the audience in a different direction. And then once we got past 1966, after Revolver was kind of a transitional album from the early period, the biological Paul period, to the Billy period, Billy Shears, who's playing the part of Paul McCartney, to Sgt. Pepper. Sgt. Pepper introduced the psychedelic era to the world, and then moving on from there. So when people don't understand it and they think it looks silly, they really don't understand the components behind the Beatles, behind the manufacturing of the Beatles, the marketing of the Beatles, positioning them to be where they ended up being. Arguably the most famous, influential band of all time. That's why you hear a lot of artists today, James, who are in unrelated genres of music, hip-hop, rap, pick one. In many interviews and many documentaries, there's always a reference back to the Beatles or back to Paul McCartney. Always.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know you have a couple of questions. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, no, it does make sense. I was just thinking of the time when I must have been about 13 or 14, And my mother had in her record collection, just because you do, the blue album and the red album with the Beatles looking out of their hotel, out of the apartment block, I think it was.
Yes.
Gatefold sleeve. And I remember methodically going through all the Beatles songs, saying to my brother, we've got to listen to this stuff because it's the Beatles and we've got to get into them because they're really culturally important. That was the sort of... And so one sort of made oneself like the Beatles and played it until we were into the Beatles. And I was wondering whether you felt the same way I do, that I'm now not sure, knowing what I know now about the Beatles, whether I genuinely liked them or whether I was culturally brainwashed into liking them because they were the thing that you liked because everyone did. Do you ever wonder that? I mean, were they as good as we thought they were?
Yeah, I think it's both. There was a massive push by Tavistock to market them, going back to 1963. So it's the same marketing and promotional types of deception that we have today. Pick something. Pick the safe and effective. The C19 event. It was marketed. It was promoted. It was pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed. So it was the same thing with the Beatles. It was really, really pushed. In fact, I have a book that was written by Tommy James and the Shondells, and he has a chapter in there where he talks about in 1963 he saw a placard, a promotion for the Beatles, and this is in the United States, and it was saying the Beatles are coming, the Beatles are coming, and he was thinking, he's saying in the book, like, well, what's this all about? Who are these guys? And then they arrive in the U.S. in February of 1964 with all of this fanfare. So that piece of it, it's being pushed onto the public, and you're being conditioned, or many people are being conditioned to say, hey, if you don't like this, maybe there's something wrong with you. Okay?
Yeah.
Everybody's going to love this. Yeah. But then again, but many people did like the music. I mean, I personally did like the music. There's a lot of great Beatles songs. People today will ask me, do you still think the songs are great? Yeah, a lot of the songs are great, regardless of who wrote them and who was on the recorded tracks. So I think to answer your question, I think it's a mix of both.
Yeah.
Humans have a tendency, a huge tendency, to follow. They mirror, they mimic, so they want to be accepted into whatever the current pop culture mentality is at the time, especially when you're young. They want to fit in, and so that's a big piece of it as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with you. There are some Beatles songs which are pretty indisputably great. I mean, I give you Eleanor Rigby, for example. It's a great song.
It's a great song.
Yeah. And I like A Day in the Life. I like the fact that it's broken up into different sections, which give it a kind of sophisticated feel, which I think that's sort of anticipated prog rock and all that kind of stuff, isn't it? All the things that. So I can see that some of the stuff they did was clever and good, but I look at some stuff, and even at the time when I was trying to get into it, I mean, I instantly realised that the Blue album was better than the Red album, and you think of the lovable mop tops singing "Love Me Do," I know. I mean, it just felt so lame. Even though one was told that this was the birth of their genius, they were just. Tell me about the story that we were told about how they were really good musicians and they really cut their teeth in the Hamburg club. They were sent to Hamburg, and this is how you know that the Beatles were a really good tight band, because they'd had all that practice in the raw So how did they fake that period, for example?
Well, it was faked. I don't want to say it was faked. We received an official narrative. We received stories.
Yeah.
Those stories don't necessarily reflect reality. So the stories tell us, that they were this band. They came together. They went to Hamburg. They played for weeks on end. They played 7 hours a night. And then when they weren't in Hamburg, they were back in Liverpool and the adjacent areas, and they were doing their gigs there. And then they were, discovered by a record store owner, Brian Epstein, who was running NEMS, and then he's able to secure a contract. I'm oversimplifying this, but this is basically the story.
Yeah.
He gets them a contract with EMI, with George Martin as their producer, and so we have these 4 working class lads signed to EMI, and then they go on to unparalleled fame and fortune, right? That's the story that we're given.
Yeah.
And people just take what's given to them and they consume it. It's like, it's no different than when people sit in front of their television set and the nightly news comes on or the cable news comes on, and they're just, talking and talking and talking and flashing images up, and all it's doing is conditioning you. And many people will watch it and believe it, and that becomes their reality, right? Perception becomes reality. But what I did was I went back and I took a look at the whole Beatles story. See, a lot of people who are in the research community in Paul is Dead, they only want to focus on the replacement of Paul and then focus on Billy Shears. So it's kind of like the midpoint and then move forward. But I looked at it and said, well, you know what? There had to be a whole piece of this that took place before. There had to be a prerequisite. So when I started taking a look at information that I was pulling together, and all of this information, James, it's mainstream. It's out there, so it's hidden in plain sight. And this is how it almost always works. You just have to look, and the truth is out there. So when I started taking a look, one of the first things that happened was I have clips of George Martin in interviews. And George Martin said a lot of unflattering things about the Beatles at the time that he met them. He had said that they had nothing behind them. He said that that they weren't great musicians. It wasn't obvious to him that they were songwriters. So in fact, I have an entire chart that talks about this. So this is at odds with the official narrative. Here's the producer. And George Martin, what a lot of people also don't realize is that George Martin he wasn't just their producer, he was the head of the Parlophone label back in the day. So here we have the head of the Parlophone label, which is tucked in under EMI, which was one of the largest recording companies in the world, if not the largest back in the day. And he's got this band that is now under his control, under his wings. There was an interview that was done by Norman Smith back in 1971 in a music magazine, and he's talking about how the Beatles were not very good in the studio. In fact, he said that they failed in the studio, and they had a heck of a time trying to get Love Me Do recorded. So, you start hearing these things and you're thinking, okay, so there's another story. There's another narrative here that nobody's really exploring. Everybody's paying attention to this other stuff over here, while over here, the lesser known information, nobody's really grabbing onto. So the Beatles, they first go to Hamburg in August of 1960, and they're taken there by their first manager, handler, Alan Williams, and they're young guys. George Harrison is like 17 years old, Paul's 18, and when they get there, it's admittedly, they are not very good musicians. They are mediocre at best. And this is not just me saying this. I mean, this is information that has come out actually in mainstream sources to say this. And they showed no inclination or no acumen as to being songwriters. And in fact, their first stint in Hamburg, starting in August of 1960 through December of 1960, was a failure. They came home dejected. Nothing materialized. They were residing in squalor while they were out there. And it wasn't until 1961 that things started to pick up. And their stint in, their stint in Hamburg, what I explain to people is they were not there to learn to be songwriters. They didn't write songs in Hamburg. Their stint in Hamburg was boot camp. It was to get them up to speed to be performers, to learn quickly and perform the music. That's what that was all about. It wasn't about songwriting. And so we have them in Hamburg in August of 1960, and then we get through 1961, and they're doing all of these gigs. They're gigging. And then somehow they wind up with an audition with Decca, another major label, on January 1st of 1962. So the first question I had to ask myself was, well, how does this band that really had nothing behind them? They weren't great musicians at all. They weren't songwriters, but somehow they wind up with an audition with Decca Records on January 1st of 62, where they recorded 15 songs, of which 12 were covers, and 3 were these nondescript originals that didn't wind up on any of their albums when they were a band. They ended up on anthology later on, but not during their timeline when they were together as the Beatles. And Decca turns them down. Then Brian Epstein takes takes tapes to George Martin in February of 62. George Martin takes a listen to the tapes, and he says to Brian Epstein, based upon what you're showing me, I'm not going to sign them. I'm not interested. And then, in June of 1962, there's a change of heart on George Martin's part. As the story goes, he was instructed to take the Beatles on from up above, and we could talk about that a little bit as to how that may have taken place and who it was.
Yeah, because I'm intrigued there. Because okay, so you've got Brian Epstein. I can see how. Sorry, George Martin. I can see how let's call them a normie would take this. They would say the reason that George Martin was averse to the Beatles was because he was an old-fashioned pucker, ex-Navy chap. He was from a different class. He didn't understand the raw new sound of popular music, popular beat combos, and so he needed to kind of attune himself to this raw new talent. But obviously that's not really how it works.
No.
The question I want to ask you is, how early do you think George Martin was in on it? Do you think he was always kind of intelligence stroke Tavistock, or do you think he was talked into it?
No, I think that I'm giving you my opinion on this because there's no hard and fast evidence to prove one way or another. But George Martin, to put it into perspective, George Martin was given the Parlophone label to head up, I think in 1955. He was 29 years old. A 29-year-old was put in charge of the label. So an EMI goes back to, it has its roots in the military, back to World War II. So it's part of the military-industrial complex to begin with. George Martin takes over the Parlophone label from Oscar Prius in 1955. Oscar Prius retired. And I think at the time, Sir Joseph Lockwood was the CEO of EMI. So we have some, like, especially with Joseph Lockwood, we have some heavy hitters. So this tells me that George Martin was being positioned to take on the responsibilities and the role that he ended up with. So 7 years later, you fast forward, and 1962, he winds up with the Beatles. So I think he was always part of the strategy, always part of the plan. Now, one of the other things that is important to understand is that within the Masonic system, within Freemasonry, the role that you're going to play is not always known early on. In other words, you're set up to have certain positions, to have certain skills that are going to be utilized down the road. And I think that could possibly be the case with George Martin. He was being mentored, he was being brought along, fully knowing that at this point here, this was going to take place. A band like the Beatles was going to be handed over to him. And he was going to play a big part in leading this social engineering effort. In a lot of ways, I look at George Martin as a social scientist, a social engineer. So that's my thoughts on George.
Yeah, and to a degree, I suppose, their handler.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's more than just to a degree. I think he was, he's pretty much the handler.
Yeah.
Until Billy showed up and took the reins,
But
took control of the band.
Okay, well, we'll come to Billy in a moment, because I
Yeah.
want to ask you about that talk show where he appears and he does all these kind of Illuminati shapes. You know the one I mean? Before he sits down.
Yeah, he sits down. Yeah.
That's weird, isn't it?
It's weird to the person watching it, who might have some awareness of the symbolism. Not going to be weird to people who are clueless, because they don't know.
Because they're clueless.
And that just goes right over their head, you know. But Billy, in the book, when you read memoirs, it's very clear, because it's written in first person. First of all, it's very clear that he is an occultist. And he's an accomplished occultist, into mysticism, the esoteric. So for him to do those types of things, and now that I've been doing this for as long as I've been doing it, when he speaks, and when I see him make those symbols, it doesn't surprise me at all, because that's what he does.
He's also Vivian Stanshall, isn't he? Is that right?
He played the role of Vivian Stanshall in the Bonzo Dog Band with Neil Innes. And a lot of people have a lot of problems getting their head wrapped around that, because the Stanshall character had reddish blonde hair, so people really have a difficult time trying to equate that to Paul McCartney. But I have shown images that I believe are very strong evidence that they are one and the same. One of the strongest pieces of evidence that ties Billy to the Stanshall character in the Bonzo Dog Band is his left eye. So when I was first looking at Stanshall, I noticed that he had a wandering or lazy left eye. At least that's what I thought. And then when I saw pictures of Billy, he had the same configuration with his eye. He had this kind of wandering, lazy eye. So I was thinking to myself, what are the odds that two different people would have the very same issue? And as I dug more and more into it, because the book tells us that he did play that role. But again, my role was not just to take the book at face value. My research said, okay, well, that's great that the book says that, but can I find evidence that would indicate that it's true? And I did. I have some very compelling images. I mean, I can send them to you after the show if you'd like. You can take a look at them. Where it's very clear to me. In fact, let me see if I've got one here. I don't know if I can show you. Okay, so I'll show this to the audience. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So the person with the microphone is Vivian Stanshall.
Yeah.
The other guy is what people who people think is Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
Now just take a look at the image, and right off the bat, I don't know about you, James, or others, I'm looking at that and saying, well, the person, the Billy or Paul McCartney character, is just an older version of the guy that's over here.
I'd agree with you.
I mean, take a look at the eye.
Yeah. It is in the
Okay, so what I did was, I then, to make it easier for people, so we have this eye. So the left eye looks like it's wandering.
Yeah.
I have one more to show you. I don't want to take up too much of your time here. But this is another one that is very telling.
Yeah.
Okay, so in this picture, look at the nose. Even though he's had some nose surgery, take a look at the mustache. Again, we have the situation with the eyes. Over here, that's Stanshall, a very rare image of Stanshall without the mustache.
Yes.
And to fix the eyes, he had a blepharoplasty. And people who don't know what a blepharoplasty is It's a procedure that surgically removes excess fat, muscle, and skin from the upper and lower eyelids to redefine the shape of the eye. Now, with the Stanchel character, some people say, oh, no, he was taller and lankier. There were at least 2 Vivian Stanchels. So what Billy did was, in the 1970s, he hired a guy. His first name is Victor. I don't know what Victor's last name is, but he went by Victor Stanchel, Victor Vivian Stanchel. And he hired Victor for the sole purpose of being able to have his McCartney and his Stanchel character coexist. Okay? So, and when you take a look at the Stanchel and the Bonzos, and the Stanchel that didn't perform in the Bonzos, it's very easy to tell that even though there are similarities in their appearance, they are not the same person. And people will go to Wikipedia and say, oh, well, it says Vivian Stanchel died in 1995. Victor died in 1995. And so what you have in Wikipedia is a fictional narrative about a fictional character that's telling you that this Stanchel character died in 1995. Well, in fact, Victor, that's not his real name unless he had his name officially changed. You could do that legally to Stanchel. I'm not saying that is not a possibility, but it's not Billy. Billy created the Stanchel character. It's a character, not a real person.
It's funny. Some people, I've noticed, find the image aspect of the story, the comparing pictures, they find it very unconvincing. I think it's more men than women. I think women generally are better at spotting. The example I always give is, I never know when my wife's had a haircut, even when she's told me she's been to the hairdresser. I think a lot of men are like this. We're not very observant, whereas women who are trained to spot when husbands are having affairs and things, they spot these tiny details. And I know that some people can look at a picture of pre-1966 Paul and post-1966 Paul and go, that is not the same person. But the thing I like about the Beatles, well, conspiracy, whatever you want to call it, is that there are so many different aspects to it. You can have different ways in. So if you don't find the visuals compelling, you can find other examples. I mean, for example, is it not the case that pre-66 Paul, the original Paul, could play his bass much more naturally than post-66 Paul because he wasn't a natural bass player?
Okay, yeah, so let me just go back to the images for a second,
Okay,
James.
sorry, yeah.
No, that's okay, and then we'll get to the bass playing.
Yeah.
So what Tavistock did was they created a composite Paul McCartney over time.
Right.
So on any given year, you had this image or this picture of Paul McCartney. And then it would change up year after year after year. And because people were told that's Paul McCartney, people would say, okay, well, that's Paul McCartney. Like, who else would it be? In fact, so that was a tactic used by Tavistock, which was to create this. Here's an example. Here's a collage I did a number of years ago. So here's Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
Now take a look at the other images.
Yeah.
They're not the same guy.
No.
I have another one. So here's you believe they are because you were told that they are.
Yeah.
Here he is here. This one is a hybrid. This one, a lot of images have been doctored, James.
Yeah.
A lot of images have been doctored. Here he is from the 1980s.
Yeah.
That guy is that guy? That guy is that guy? So what they did, in fact, I did this chart a long time ago. Here's Billy with his Wingsday and his mullet.
Yeah.
It's not the same guy. So what Tavistock did was to create a composite. And so over time, people just kind of massaged it all together, and you just accepted the fact that this was Paul McCartney. But nobody was looking at, or very few people, I should say, were looking at the images right next to each other.
Yeah.
And doing a comparison. So now the other question you had was, I'm sorry,
It was the bass playing. That apparently
Yes.
you can see from footage that it's very different. That he has to look at the fretboard.
Yes. Yes. Now, the reason for that is because Billy's right-handed, and Billy had to teach himself to play left-handed bass. And I hear comments all the time, oh, it's very difficult to do. It is difficult to do, but it has been done. There are Beatle tribute bands where the person that plays the character of Paul McCartney in the tribute band is a natural right-handed player, and they taught themselves to play left-handed. So with a lot of discipline and a lot of motivation, which Billy had, you can do it. Now, Paul could play the bass. You know, he didn't look at his fretboard very often. I've seen that that collage, and it's a good comparison. Whereas Billy has a tendency to look down, and it's primarily because being a lefty is not Billy's natural playing orientation. Now, the other thing too is that Billy is blind in his right eye. This is research that came to me via one of my colleagues, Sally Whitty. Sally herself has an ocular prosthesis, so this is how she picked up on it. And we have a lot of evidence now showing that this indeed is the case. And remind me, I'll talk to you about an interview that Billy did where he validated the research. He's done this twice to us, by the way, so far.
Oh, really?
Or he's come out in interviews, yes. So the other reason why Billy looks is because he's blind in his right eye. So when he's playing lefty, he has to look all the way to his right in order to see what he's doing, because he doesn't have sight. Think of it, anybody who wants to question it, close your right eye, and then look to your right and make believe you're playing a guitar. And so you have to exaggerate the turning of your head. Yeah. Now, here's the thing, right? So Billy is naturally right-handed. I know that you spoke to, you had an interview or a discussion with Mike Stock. Yeah, Mike's a friend of mine, right? So Mike told me a story, and I hope he doesn't mind me telling this, but I guess it was back in the 1980s. He worked with Billy a couple of times on some projects, and the story he told me was Mike walked into the studio, and Billy was already there. And Billy was playing guitar, and he was playing guitar right-handed. Not lefty, right-handed. And at the time, Mike thought, he's Paul McCartney, and I'm going to paraphrase here, and he asked him about playing right-handed, that he was actually very good at it. I said, wow, pretty good right-handed guitar player for a guy who's lefty. And then Billy told him a story that back in the day, left-handed guitars were few and far between, so people had to learn, or he had to learn to play right-handed as well, which is, when you think about it, is not a very convincing story, because we have Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
Jimmy was lefty. All you need to do is flip the guitar, reorient the strings, and you're done.
But it's good for that moment, because he's quite quick thinking. To be capable of that level of deception, you've got to think on your feet all the time, haven't you?
Yes. Well, he has a lot of practice. The other thing that we have to come to grips with is that when people talk about biological Paul McCartney, he was in the picture from a mainstream media perspective, let's say from 1962 through 1966, so 4 years. I know there was the Hamburg years and all that stuff. I'm talking about when the media really started to focus on the Beatles. So let's just say 62 to 66 for the sake of argument. Billy's been playing that part from late 66 on. So we're in 2024, so we're talking about a long time that Billy's been playing this role. And that's the Paul McCartney that people know. And also, going back to what we were saying before, the different looks of Paul McCartney, I was told by a source that right out of the chute, when the Beatles were created, along with the biological version of the Beatle, whether it be Paul McCartney, John Lennon, George Harrison, or Ringo Starr, there were 3 lookalikes or doubles that were also in play. And those doubles and lookalikes, maybe not the original 3, maybe they were, but doubles and lookalikes were used throughout the timeline. The the Beatle timeline, and then also during the solo period as well. So that's why, when you look at images, people get confused. In fact, I stopped looking at image comparisons because I've gotten to the point where I know that he's not Paul McCartney, and I also know, as I mentioned, James, many of these images have been doctored and played with, and in fact, in memoirs, it talks about that as well.
Right. Now, we've done exactly what I was trying not to do, which is to leap ahead, because I want to go to the beginning of the story. So
yes.
We've already established, okay, that if George Martin was recruited in to head Parlophone in 55, did you say?
Yeah, it's 1955, I believe.
That's indicative of how far ahead these people think, whoever exactly these people are. So take us back a bit further. When do you think it was, and who was it at Tavistock Institute which made the decision, we need to shift popular culture, we're going to invent this band, or actually more than one band, because I think, am I right in thinking the Stones were a similar construct?
Yeah.
They were the sort of the yang to the
another
yin.
Tavistock creation.
Okay. So do we know who was behind all this?
Well, that's a difficult question, right? So two players that pop up, Theodore Adorno out of the Frankfurt School, which of course is attached at the hip to Tavistock, and Willis Harman was another social scientist that the book mentions. So we have Theodore Adorno and Willis Harman, and I did some research on them. It's in my big presentation that I uploaded back in April of 2020. I take the audience through both Harman and Adorno and their ideologies. And then you've got George Martin as part of the equation. So that's where I start. Now, who within the Tavistock chain of command was the person? I don't know that. Tavistock itself, according to the book by Dr. John Coleman, The Committee of 300, reports up through the Committee of 300. So we can argue that the decision wasn't even made at Tavistock per se. Tavistock was in the mode of executing the strategy. That the actual decision-making was made within the Committee of 300, that it was time now to throw the switch and to move society and the cultures into a very different direction. And music being a huge lever in their toolbox, it's huge, just like Hollywood, just like entertainment in general, that it's one of their most effective tools to make change.
Yeah. Okay, so they've made the decisions. Maybe it's the Committee of 300. Maybe someone even higher than the Committee of 300.
Yes, that could be too. Yep.
How were the Fab Four selected?
Well, I have a hypothesis. I won't call it a theory. I call it a hypothesis. If you take a look at images, there's a lot of occult images of the Beatles if you go look for them. And one of the most telling images is images of George Harrison and Paul McCartney with bird cages on their heads. Mm-hmm. There's another image of John Lennon in a Superman shirt with his head leaning up against a bird cage. Now, bird cage symbolism in Illuminati speak is mind control, being in a mind control program. So I have surmised that I believe it's very possible that the Beatles were in mind control programs from a very early age, and they were brought along. So if you take a look at John Lennon as an example, he really didn't have a father. Freddie wasn't really around. His mother passed when he was young. He was raised by his Aunt Mimi. Paul McCartney lost his mother at an early age, I think around 17 years old. And I have speculated that Jim McCartney, his biological father, could very well have been a high-level Freemason, and he was handling his son. In the book, it tells us that in memoirs, it tells us that Jim McCartney wanted to move his son away from the Christian belief system, to steer him away from that. George Harrison and Ringo Starr are a little more difficult to assess, but where I landed with it is that if two of them were in mind control programs, then it's likely that all four of them were in some kind of program to some degree. And also Germany, Hamburg, Frankfurt. I mean, these are all hotbeds for the elites, for Tavistock. So them going through that process in Germany and Hamburg, I mean, to me, it just lends credence to the argument that it's possible that they were in mind control programs,
right,
and brought along.
So this is the point. Well, actually, several points where skeptics of this analysis will say, "Oh, come on! Too many people would have blabbed. What about Paul McCartney's brother? What about Jane Asher? She would surely know the difference between old Paul and new Paul. What about later on? What about Heather McCartney? I mean, Linda Eastman. What about and all these people? It would be too much to expect somebody not to blab."
Well, I get this all the time, as you very well would expect. My answer, not to be flip about it, I'm really not trying to be, flip. These are people that don't really understand how the world works. It's all compartmentalized. And we have to understand that the controlling matrix controls everything. They control your media. They control your politicians. They control your government. They control your military. They control your medicine. They control your education system. And many people just cannot get their heads wrapped around that. They cannot understand the scope of the control. It's full spectrum. So when they come up with these programs, and also, by the way, even within the controlling mechanism, it is compartmentalized. Everything's compartmentalized. It's on a need-to-know basis. So it's like the example I use, James, is if you work for a large corporation and you're on a desk somewhere, rank and file, do you really know the discussions, the strategy, and the decisions that are being made in the chairman's office? No.
No, but what about, say, Mal Evans, their famous roadie and sort of loyal factotum? He must have known.
Well, he obviously knew that Billy was not Paul.
Yeah.
Okay? And we don't really know what Mal really knew or what he didn't know. I don't know that.
No.
Right? He supposedly had some memoir that was going to be published, and he was killed. He was killed by a police officer, I think out in L.A.
What, in a tragic accident that could...
Yeah, a tragic accident. That's how they always are, an accident. And the manuscript disappeared. And then sometimes you'll hear that it was, somebody found it and it's going to come out and blah, blah, blah. But even if it comes out, even if it was found, it's not going to contain the information that's going to reveal anything. It might have a couple of nuggets to keep people's interest, but it's not going to be something that's going to tell the truth. But in any case, so it's compartmentalized. Do I think that Mal Evans knew that the Beatles didn't write all their own music? I think that's the case because Mal, I remember listening to an interview going back years ago where he said that he contributed to the writing of the title track on Sgt. Pepper, the Sgt. Pepper song. And I think Fixing a Hole was another one. Don't quote me on that one, but I think that was another one. And he was promised credit on that song, on those songs, and he never received it. So here we have a situation where Mal comes out and he says that, hey, I did contribute to the writing of at least 2 songs. So if that's the case, then he has to know that those particular songs weren't written exclusively by Paul McCartney, But going back to my example before about the corporate system, if you even raise it up to, let's just say, middle management, does middle management know everything that's taking place in the CEO's office? No.
No.
Even vice presidents and executives within a corporation don't know everything that's being discussed in the chairman's office or the chairperson's office. So you have to understand the Masonic system is a pyramid structure. It is structured exactly like a corporation, exactly like it. So that's how things are able to be compartmentalized.
Yeah. I think your explanation is generous, in as much as I suspect that I can't believe that Jane Asher doesn't know. I can't believe that lots of people...
She does know.
She does know, yeah.
She does know. First of all, her mother, Margaret, was George Martin's oboe teacher.
Right. Right.
Okay? Yeah. So that's the thing. You have to connect the dots. There are degrees of separation on all of this. Yeah. In the case with the Beatles, when you start looking at all of these characters, all of these players, you start to see that in one way or another, they're interconnected.
Yes.
You know, they're interconnected. And so in the book, it tells us that her father, Richard Asher, was very much into in the field of psychiatry and hypnosis, and tells us that he would put biological Paul McCartney in a hypnotic trance, and Margaret Asher would play the piano. And that's how the song Yesterday came about. This is what the book is telling us. And so when he came out of trance, one of the post-hypnotic suggestions was to tell him that you're not going to remember the piano playing. All you're going to remember is the tune. You're going to remember the melody. That's what you're going to remember. Now, is that story true? I don't know. Is it possible? Yes. For 12 years, I was in private practice as a hypnotherapist. I was a certified master hypnotherapist. I was board certified by the International Association of Counselors and Therapists. I did hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hypnosis sessions. So is something like that possible? If you have repeated sessions, you put somebody into trance, and you go through that routine? Yes, something like that is very possible. People who want to doubt it, your television set is a hypnosis box. You sit in front of it all day, sooner or later, it's going to get you.
Yeah, exactly. Before I forget,
yeah,
it's easy to get fixated by the Beatles, but there was a whole scene that emerged at the same time. There was the kind of the blues scene, which was very big in the London clubs, and
right.
It's where Jimmy Page cut his teeth. You had the Yardbirds, you had Eric Burdon and the Animals. You had and then there was the sort of the Kinks as well.
Yes.
Were any of these bands real, or were they all Tavistock creations?
Okay, so this is a question I get asked, and it's a multifaceted response on this thing. First, we have to start with the premise, which I believe is a reality. Tavistock creates the genres of music.
Right.
They create them. So Tavistock builds a sandbox. And the bands that are brought in, let's just talk about the British invasion, the bands you just mentioned, the Stones, the Beatles, the Who, the Kinks. They are brought in and they are playing in that sandbox. They're creating music that has been decided upon, that is going to be put out as part of the whole counterculture, anti-establishment, to get that mindset going. Now the question becomes, all right, so once you're in their sandbox, because the record labels, let's just take it at a very simple level, the record companies are calling the shots. They're going to explain to you, you're going to be assigned a producer, what the songs are going to sound like. Yeah. Many times the songs are reshaped, both musically and lyrically. And then, most importantly, is the presentation. The presentation is, how is the band going to look? What's their attire going to look like? There's a perception piece of this thing that people are going to look at. That's part of the manipulation. The manipulation of the mind and the consciousness is to look at how all these guys, these gals are dressed now. Wow, what's going on here? And people start to pay attention to it, and they start to get attracted to it. It's the packaging and the presentation of the album art, which many times was loaded up with occult symbolism. So even a band that was unaware of occultism, let's just say they just didn't have any idea about this stuff, they just went in, they recorded their songs, they released an album, the label would then shape everything to make sure that it was in support of whatever message and agenda that they wanted to put out. The other question I get asked is, are you saying, Mike, that none of these bands could play their instruments? For the record, I have never said that. I've never said that the Beatles couldn't play their instruments. I said that the Beatles were not up to studio skill level to play on their albums. Not until later on, when Billy took over the band, did they play more on the recorded tracks. My conclusion is between 62 and 66, they played on nothing. Right. It was all studio players on those recordings. And if we touch on Rubber Soul, I can explain how I came to that conclusion. But other bands, like The Who as an example, I believe that The Who could play their instruments. And I believe that Keith Moon was on the recorded tracks, that John Entwistle was a very good bass player, that Pete Townsend could play his guitar to the point where he would be on the recorded tracks. So whether they couldn't play or didn't play, or whether they could on the recorded tracks, that's an interesting discussion to have. But at the end of the day, the real issue is presentation. What is the message that's being disseminated out to society, to the public? What is it that the controllers, the social scientists are trying to get the population to buy in on? That's it in a nutshell.
I agree with you that is the most important thing, and yet it is endlessly fascinating to speculate at what stage these people became knowingly put themselves in the service of this kind of mass brainwashing of society. How much did they believe the sort of things that you and I used to believe about rock and roll when we were growing up? We used to believe that, it's four guys in the garage rehearsing, and then they get signed, and they make this great new noise, and they go, all the stuff that normal people believe about music. When did they go from there to? Are you familiar with Peter Gabriel at all and Genesis?
I know of Peter Gabriel and Genesis. I have a couple of their records, but as far as their history, not a whole lot.
No, but So they went to a private school, but somebody's been doing some analysis of the early Genesis tracks, and even very early on, some of the symbolism they're putting into it is clearly occult. I think Peter Gabriel was massively into the occult. I mean, I think he was born, to be Illuminati. I don't know about Mike Rutherford and Richard Banks and so on, but or look at Pink Floyd. I mean, look at the triangle on Dark Side.
David Bowie.
Look at Bowie. Yeah, I mean,
Jimmy Page.
Jimmy Page was always very very shy about talking about the occult, wasn't he?
Jimmy Page would go on stage in his outfit with moons and stars and all that stuff. I mean, he was communicating out, and there was no secret that he was very much a disciple of Aleister Crowley and Thelema. But the point I'm trying to make is your point. A lot of these people did know. They were schooled in this.
Yeah.
And so who they all are, that's a tough question to answer, because unless you analyze every single one of them, and even then, all you can do is you can speculate, because then the question becomes, we're told that they wrote these songs. Well, did they really write the songs, or were they credited with writing the songs, and that there were ghostwriters behind the scenes that were pulling all of this together? See, John Lennon said this on one of his songs in Walls and Bridges. I love that album. It's a great album that John Lennon put out. He didn't like it so much, but I thought it was great. He said, it's all showbiz. It's all showbiz. And there's a lot that he said in that one line, that it's all there. It's all entertainment. It's for public consumption. It's what's taking place in front of the curtain, not behind the curtain. And what goes on behind the curtain, it gets, we can know some stuff, but to know it all, it's not possible in my view.
Yeah, but we can make informed speculation,
Of course.
can't we?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so if you're suggesting that the Fab Four were potentially MK Ultra controlled, it follows that this could also apply to a number of other pop stars.
Yes.
I mean, because they don't do things by halves. So we've seen this in the Laurel Canyon scene. They were all fakes, basically, weren't they? They were all children of military intelligence or similar.
Yeah.
The Stones, presumably. I mean, you've got, for example, when did Brian Jones allegedly die accidentally?
It was 1969, I think, right?
Okay.
I think.
So Paul's death predates that. What's your theory on why original Paul died and how he died?
Wow, I mean that's really a rabbit hole. I'll tell you what. So just going back to something I wanted to mention earlier. We're talking about these bands. I believe that Tavistock always has eyes and ears, pools of resource of these bands that are out there. And some of them obviously are in programs and they're brought along. Others are, other players, artists, entertainers, celebrities, or whatever, are not. But they are identified and then they are brought along. In other words, they dangle the carrot, they lure them in, and then they're able to handle them and manipulate them that way. So the point being is there's multiple ways to pull people into the music and entertainment industry to engage in doing the controller's work to push the controller's agenda forward.
Yeah.
Now the question again?
I was leaping all over the place. Sorry, while we're there, I've had sort of another example of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Radiohead. I was a massive Radiohead fan. I mean, I'm probably one of their world's great. I've seen them about 10 times probably, and I know they can play their instruments. But I've been looking at their lyrics, which I never really paid any attention to because I'm more of a kind of music and vibe man than lyric. I kind of, because I can write myself, I say, why should I listen to some crap that some random pop stars written? So I've always been very skeptical about lyrics. But you look at the lyrics, they are very, very dark. They are very, very satanic Illuminati. They are very, very transhumanism. Radiohead are clearly advancing an agenda. Now the question is, were they recruited about the time of Pablo Honey, when they had one song up their sleeve, Creep, and the rest wasn't doing anything? Because they suddenly took off.
Yes. I mean, Radiohead comes up a number of times in the comments section on my channel. People will say exactly what you're saying, James, that something is up with the band. And it's any band that has reached a certain level of notoriety, fame, and fortune, in my view, has signed on a dotted line, has made the pact.
Yeah, literally.
To some degree. Now, the question you asked before, I just remembered, was Paul's death.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go there.
All right. So, in the book, it tells us that Paul's death was a result of entering into a Faustian bargain. He and John Lennon entered into a Faustian bargain in October of 1963. All right. And that bargain basically said that they would give their lives for the success of the band. Now, they were young men. So in 1963, Paul McCartney was, his early 20s, John the same age. So I have told my audience, I've explained that I don't believe they had any idea what they were really getting into. So
when they said the words, when they went through the ritual, it may not have even seemed like a ritual to them. But the people who were running the show, the priesthood and so on, this is how they go about it. And, but it literally meant that somebody was going to give their life for the success of the Beatles. And the Beatles, as I mentioned, were so important, and still are so important to the whole shift in ages, from the age of Pisces or the Eon of Osiris to the age of Aquarius or the Eon of Horus, the Eon of Osiris and the Eon of Horus, Crowley terms, Crowley concepts. They were so important to that they had to have insurances that it would succeed. Now, some people might argue, oh, all of this ritual stuff and occult stuff is a bunch of nonsense. How do we know this stuff even works? And my explanation is, and my response is, it doesn't matter what you think, okay? Because you're not running anything. It's not you that is plotting and strategizing as to how they're going to move forward. It's based upon what they believe. Now, whether it actually does something or not, I don't know. But it's what they believe, and they believe it does something. And with my work, I have shown over and over again that the Beatles were immersed in the occult. The occultism is all around it.
The album with the bits of dead baby on it, on the cover.
Yes, the picture.
How could they? I mean, this was it. 66 was it? Innocent
Yes.
period. What?
Yeah.
What did the public make of that?
It was a shock. So that was a Capitol release. That wasn't an album that was released in the UK. So Capitol Records, which was owned by EMI, released the album, and the way the story goes, it was released to DJs, radio stations, and promotional outlets. And I was asked this question just the other day on another show, and they asked me, what do you think was going on there? Well, I think that what was going on was they were testing the waters. When the Beatles came to America in February of 1964, the other thing I wanted, before I say that, remember I said they started in Hamburg in August of 1960, no musical skills, no songwriting, and then they landed in America in February, I think it was February 7th, 1964. That's only 3.5 years, James. Yeah. So the trajectory, they had rockets on their shoes to go where they went based upon where they started. Is that by itself needs to be questioned. So going back to the Butcher cover, I think they were testing the waters, because when the Beatles showed up in America, it was titled "The Beatles Conquering America," the British invasion. So when you think about the British invasion, think in terms of Tavistock. The Tavistock invasion, the British invasion, conquering America. They knew they had to conquer the American culture and society, because it's a huge piece of the world. And America was viewed upon as the freedom, work hard, you can go places, you can achieve things in life, and so on. But America was also looked upon as a Christian nation, although there were other religions, obviously, but predominantly it was viewed as a Christian nation. So they had to tear down the traditional values of American society, along with institutionalized religion. In this case, like I said, it was mostly Christianity. John Lennon's comments about the Beatles being bigger than Jesus were not off the cuff. That was scripted. Yeah. In the book, it tells us that the Illuminati controllers, whatever you want to call them, declared war on Christianity back on September 11th of 1962. So I think they were just putting the Butcher out there to see what the reception would be.
Yeah.
How shocking would this cover be? And in other words, if they got a little bit of feedback, then think of it as Tavistock, like putting a poll out there.
Yeah.
Let's see what the response is. Well, the response wasn't good. So they had more work. Their work was cut out for them. So what happened was, in fact, I did, on the Butcher, there were also clues on the Butcher cover. Bear with me 1 second here. So when we look at the Butcher, I had somebody write to me and say, The Masonic connection and ritual connected to the impending death of Paul are transparent, in other words, apparent on the butcher cover. Obviously, the butcher record cover shows a severed baby's head in Paul's lap. So when you look at the butcher cover, you're going to see in Paul's lap there's a severed baby's head. He's also showing his wristwatch. Paul's showing his wristwatch. The way the prevailing conspiracy goes, Paul McCartney died in a car crash and he was essentially decapitated. So the severed baby's head plays into that decapitation. The wristwatch is a reference to time and death. Also Kronos, Saturn, or Satan. He probably wasn't aware of this, but no wonder he was having bad dreams, because in the book it tells us that he was having nightmares as he was getting closer and closer to when he was going to pass away. But I have a note here on this chart as well. Here's the chart, folks. I showed it in one of my my presentations. Dismembered body parts can represent mind control and or being transformed into a different kind of being, at least partially, to an other than human person or a spirit. So when you think about that piece of it, you've got biological Paul McCartney and you've got Billy. In the book, Billy claims that he possesses biological Paul's spirit. Now, again, I will leave it up to the person who's listening or who reads the book to decide whether they want to believe that or not. I'm just explaining the occult aspects of this as it's explained in the book. So I do think, I lean toward Paul's death being a ritual sacrifice in order to move the ball forward, to ensure success. In fact, in the book, it's called Death for Success. So we have the same thing with Brian Jones. We have the same thing with Keith Moon. We have John Bonham from Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
There are many, many examples. The 27 Club as an example.
Yeah.
Many, many examples where the artist, the entertainer, the musician passes away and the band lives on. And the band lives on in a very successful way.
Yes, of course. What's the band that followed Nirvana? I mean, they've done terribly well, haven't they? I mean, considering.
Are you talking about the Foo Fighters?
Foo Fighters. I mean, they've actually become way bigger than Nirvana ever were.
Well, the whole Dave Grohl thing.
Dave Grohl,
somebody.
He's a wrong one, isn't he? Completely. I mean, the way he pushed the backs and stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have Kurt Cobain dies, and then the drummer, right, from the Foo Fighters, passed away, and they did that creepy film, which appeared like predictive programming. I forgot the drummer's name, folks. I wasn't a big Foo Fighter
Dave Grohl.
fan, but no, I know Dave Grohl, but the whoever the other musician was that died. But the point I'm trying to make is, somebody asked me, they said, Mike, what do you think about Dave Grohl? I said, well, I think I would never want to be in a band with him.
That's right. It's like being the drummer in Spinal Tap, isn't it? You don't want to...
So, yeah. I don't know where you're at with that, James, as far as, a lot of people don't subscribe to the ritual sacrifice.
I mean, Mike, to me, it's an absolute duh. These people are steeped in it. And as you say, even if it's not actually Satan himself pulling the strings in the supernatural world, his minions take their rituals very seriously, and they make it so, regardless, so in a way they are acting on behalf of the supernatural dark forces that they serve and making it happen. Yeah. I think that's the deal.
Folks should listen to the Bob Dylan interview that he did with 60 Minutes back, I think in the early 2000s, with Ed Bradley. And Dylan basically spills the beans, and he talks about he signed on the dotted line with the chief commander.
The chief commander interview is very, very telling and kind of sad as well.
It was sad
because you realise that this guy is condemned, a bit like the sort of ancient mariner, to go around, go around wedding feasts telling his story endlessly. And there's Dylan. They can't retire. except in special circumstances. Where are you on David Bowie?
Bowie, like I said, he was deep into the occult.
But do you think he's actually dead? I mean, the reason have you seen the interview, the guy who appears on TV after he's died talking about?
I'm not completely sold that that's David Bowie. What I explain to folks is that can some of these deaths be staged? Can they be symbolic? And yes, even in the occult, when you do the research, that some of these rituals can be symbolic. But on the other hand, James, people do die. And they do die. And to think that none of them die, because that's the position by some people, is none of them have died. They're on some special island somewhere sucking down pina coladas. What?
They've gone beyond the wall. They're in
yeah. I've heard that one too, Antarctica, and or some undisclosed island owned by the controllers, and so just a bunch of stories out there. But I subscribe more to the fact that that they do die, that they are sacrificed, that they signed on the dotted line. I mean, in the interview that Bob Dylan did, Dylan said that because when Ed Bradley asked him, "Why are you still doing this?" and he said, "Because I have to live up to my end of the bargain." And he also said that because Ed Bradley also asked him about writing his lyrics, because Dylan wrote these prolific, I should say profound lyrics back in the day, and then he said, I can't write like that anymore. Yeah. And then Ed Bradley kind of, well, what do you mean you can't write like that anymore? But on the other hand, Ed was probably playing a little dumb, because Ed didn't get to where he got by being naive.
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of play going on there. But that interview by Bob Dylan is a very important one in my view, because I think to this day it's probably one of the closest we have come to somebody who was a superstar, big-time artist, coming out and just saying it. And it came across very sincere and very genuine versus in a joking manner. Yeah. Sometimes we get it in a joking manner, but Dylan wasn't joking when he was doing that interview. That's my impression. Yeah.
I'm flitting about here, I know, but I've got all sorts of things I want to
No, go ahead. This is great.
So I was thinking, with my new eyes, about the Beatles construct, and realizing just how much different aspects of popular culture bolstered the myth. And so, for example, you had the Ruttles. So you had a spoof documentary about this band like the Beatles, called the Ruttles, reinforcing the notion that the Beatles were a real phenomenon. And I was thinking, Eric Idle from Monty Python was involved with the Ruttles, which makes you think, so even the Pythons were to a degree in on the game.
Yeah, and the Monty Python gang was connected at the hip to George Harrison, right? There was
and
George Harrison.
Brian. I mean, at the time, I thought it was ridiculous to suggest that this film was genuinely mocking Christianity, but actually, with hindsight, that is kind of what it was doing.
Yeah, and when you talk about the Ruttles, think about it. Neil Innes was in the Ruttles. He played the part of Ron Nasty, the John Lennon character. But Neil was also in the Bonzo Dog Band with Vivian Stanshall.
So then you had the more recent film, written by that awful man who is clearly Illuminati, a servant thereof at least, Richard Curtis, the guy who wrote Four Weddings and a Funeral. And he wrote this film about the guy who discovers, as if the Beatles had never been, he's the only guy who knows the Beatles' back catalogue, and he's a songwriter, and so he releases the Beatles songs as if for the first time. Did you see that movie?
Yes.
I didn't see it, but again, it's.
Are you talking about the movie Yesterday?
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Yes, I did two videos on that film. In fact, in that film, with the Ed Sheeran character, there's a mention of the Ginger Geezer, which was a term that was associated with Vivian Stanshall.
Yeah, yeah, you see, they do this. What you said at the beginning, I thought was very true and incisive. That actually, when you recognize the pattern of these conspiracy theories, the Beatles is very much like any other. So what they do is they create this narrative, they then bolster the myth, and they reinforce the myth at various stages through history. You see them doing it with the moon landings. Now there's a new movie about how they're having to fake the moon landings, even though the moon landings happened because reasons. So they're constantly finding new ways of reminding new generations that this story is true and it happened. And they're doing that with the Beatles all the time. You can't escape them.
Right. No, you can't escape it. In fact, I told folks years ago that what you're going to see is a ticker tape parade as Billy rides into the sunset. And I said this years ago. And so, and what have we had since I said that? Let's just say 6 or 7 years ago. I mean, we just had a litany of documentaries and various releases and books and so on that are continuing to promote the Beatle myth, and in particular, the McCartney character. In memoirs, it tells us, I mean, to get really esoteric, that the ritual sacrifice of Paul McCartney and Billy taking on the role is the reenactment of the Osiris-Horus
Right.
ritual, going back to the Egyptian mysteries. And people can look into that if they like. I've done presentations on it. You can take a listen and decide for yourself whether you believe that or not. The truth of the matter is, James, I say all the time that the world is run by occultists.
Yeah.
They're not run by your politicians. They're not run by your parliament or your Congress or your president or your prime minister. It's run by occultists. And what people believe is the true structure, the governments and the politicians and all that stuff. That's just, that's just theatrics in front of the curtain.
Yeah. And the music industry is and the entertainment industry generally is one of their main forms of mind control.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just on the subject of who wrote the Beatles stuff, because I'm struck. I was a music critic for many years, and I listened to the Beatles back catalogue, and it's extraordinary how idiomatic it is. I mean, you can listen to Radiohead, you know it's Radiohead. Actually, Stones are not very idiomatic either, because you've got, Paint It Black, Ruby Tuesday, and then you've got Start Me Up. That doesn't look like it was written by the same people. But the Beatles, I think it's particularly noticeable that this looks like the work of many hands, and not just sort of sardonic John and slightly twee melodic Paul McCartney. It's and a bit of Ringo and a bit of George. It's obviously, now it seems to me, it does not to you as well. This was written by a committee.
Yeah. So people ask me about that many times as well, and I explain that some people in the conspiracy research with the Beatles and McCartney will say, "Oh, Theodore Adorno wrote all their music," and I actually addressed that in my big presentation back in April of 2020. It's 4.5 hours, and I did a whole bit on Adorno, and I believe that Theodore Adorno was in an oversight capacity out of the Frankfurt School and Tavistock. It's not to say that Theodore Adorno didn't write some of the music. In fact, one song that I'm convinced he penned is the song Piggies off the Beatles' White Album. It's right up his alley, lyrically and musically. But what I concluded in my presentation, James, is that there were a small group of songwriters, crack songwriters, that were responsible for penning the Beatles' music, especially between 1962 and 1966. And to break it down even further, stylistically, I believe that there was maybe a group of, let's just say 2 to 3, maybe 4, that were responsible for writing McCartney-style music, and 3 or 4 that were responsible for writing John Lennon styles of music. And then we have, occasionally we would have a George Harrison song. All of this was being managed based upon my research and my opinion on this, being managed by George Martin. And I also believe that George Martin had a big part in writing some of the music himself. In fact, I have a clip of him in an interview where he says that he wrote the guitar lead for Michelle. He says, that was my composition. That's exactly what he says. That's my composition. So I'm watching that clip and I'm thinking to myself, you didn't just write that. I'm going to guess that Michelle was entirely your composition. So we have Adorno in an oversight capacity. George Martin, in all likelihood, either dotted line or direct line, reporting into Adorno on this, and then we have these songwriters that reporting into George Martin, working on these songs, and they utilized studio musicians to record the music. And when the Beatles came in to record, they were recording the vocals and the harmonies. They were not playing on those recorded tracks. Again, between 62 and 66 specifically, starting in 1967 with Sgt. Pepper, but mostly with the White Album in 1968, we get to hear more of their own compositions and more of them playing on the recorded tracks. But prior to that, like Pepper, as an example, was the Billy, a.k.a. Paul McCartney, and George Martin show.
Right.
That was them. And even when you listen to or read interviews by the other Beatles, especially John Lennon and George Harrison, even Ringo. I think Ringo said that he learned to play chess during the Sgt. Pepper sessions. And in an interview that Billy did with Bernie Goldberg in the 1980s, he told Bernie Goldberg that George Harrison was essentially a no-show for the Sgt. Pepper sessions. So if that's the case, and George is credited with the guitar playing on Sgt. Pepper, but Billy's telling us, a.k.a. Paul McCartney, he wasn't there, he was putting a pool in or something, that's a quote, then you have to ask the logical question, well, then who was playing guitar on those tracks on Sgt. Pepper if George wasn't there?
Eric Clapton?
So,
Eric Clapton? I don't know.
That could be Clapton. It could be Billy himself. Billy was, he's Billy himself. So anyway, so that's my take on how the songwriting was done. It wasn't. I don't believe it was done by one person. So when you take a look at Theodore Adorno, he had a lot going on. So and people will say he was a brilliant composer and all that stuff. Well, you could be a brilliant composer, but when you have a lot of other stuff going on, especially involving the Frankfurt School, writing books, he was doing television appearances and lectures and stuff like that. You still need time to do your brilliance.
So you have this controversial thesis that maybe by the time of the White Album, the actual 4 surviving members, or the 3 surviving members plus fake Paul, were actually writing, because I quite like the the White Album. I'm thinking of Abbey Road. I quite like the songs. That was the first Beatles album I remember vividly because it was the first one I got on my father's 8-track in his car. I listened to it all the time. Do you think by that stage the actual alleged Beatles were writing their own songs to a degree?
Abbey Road? I think it's a mix, James, of them writing their own songs and ghostwriters.
Right.
I don't know. One of the things we have to do is take a look at the Beatle period of songwriting and then fast forward into their solo careers and think in terms of, when you look at the Beatle catalog collectively, let's just pick John Lennon's Beatles songs, and then you go to his solo career and assess the songwriting and the music in his solo career. I will make an argument that it in no way compares with the music that was written when he was a Beatle. Some of John's albums have songs on them that are, in my view, are just throwaway tracks. Sometime in New York City, that live album he did is atrocious, in my view. That's the same guy that wrote In My Life. That's the same guy that allegedly wrote Strawberry Fields Forever, and he put that out.
Yeah.
So I think we have to do those comparisons. A lot of times what happens is, for some reason, people only focus on the Beatle content, and then when we get to the solo period, they get a pass. People, George Harrison had an album when he was on the Warner label, Somewhere in England, and when he handed the tapes in for the album, the Warner executives sent him back to the drawing board and said, no, this is not going to cut it. You have to go back and put together better songs. But a lot of people don't know that story either. And in fact, like I said, it's mainstream. You can look it up in Wikipedia. Look up the album Somewhere in England. It'll tell you that story.
Do you think that Lennon wrote Working Class Hero?
That's a good question. I think it's possible that Lennon wrote Working Class Hero for two reasons. One, it's a very straightforward song.
Yeah.
You've got, A minor and G, right? That's the song. It's basically two chords. And in that song, it comes across to me that John Lennon, many times Lennon was, especially in his solo career, was, I think, trying to get the word out.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to divulge what was really going on behind the scenes. I mean, in the Rolling Stone interview, I think he did in 1971, he called the Beatles, McCartney, and Bob Dylan a myth. Okay, so, I mean, he just basically covered all his ground there, and he referred to the Beatles. He said, by the time we got to the United States in 1964, we were old hands. We were craftsmen. Okay, so craftsman, being very good at your craft. Craftsman is also a reference back to Freemasonry. All of the Beatles were Masons, all of them. So I think that Working Class Hero possibly could be a song that that John did pen. Songs like Mother, I think he did. A lot of the other songs where it's very straightforward. Now, a song that the book tells us, Memoirs tells us he did not write, that was generously credited to him. That's I think the exact words, is Imagine. Imagine is
that one.
Yeah, well, listen to what he says. Imagine no possessions is the same thing as saying you'll own nothing and be happy.
Yeah.
And that was done 50 years prior to everybody listening to and hearing the World Economic Forum go on with their nonsense. So the point you made before about how they planned so far ahead, this is another example of that. Imagine was not written by John Lennon, according to the book. I believe it. It was basically table setting for what it is that we're going to experience from an agenda perspective going forward from that point when the song was released to where we are today.
Yes, and there's also there's the anti-Christian thing. No hell below us, above us only sky. It's clearly we're clearly being programmed. What a terrible burden that John Lennon must have borne before he died, having this atrocity pinned on him, having to have it known that you'd written this piece of crap.
Well, and the thing that Lennon did a couple of times in interviews was he was not flattering about the Beatles' music.
Was he not? Right.
Yeah, I mean, he would make comments about, like, well, it didn't make his clock tick. And I remember George Martin in an interview after hearing that said, well, I don't know why, John would say something like that. They're very good songs. They're great songs. And I think it's because, well, John Lennon didn't write those songs and or many of those songs. And so he was in a position in his life later on when he was in his solo career where he had more latitude to be able to be him, even though, like I said, in all likelihood, there were ghostwriters helping John to complete albums as well.
We know from, among others, Ollie Damigard. I don't know whether you listened to him on the Assassination.
Yeah, I know Ollie, yeah.
Yeah, he's great. And clearly it wasn't done by Mark Chapman. It was done by the Cuban...
Jose Perdomo.
Who was posing as the doorman in the Dakota building.
Right.
Why do you think they finished him off? Was it because of he was giving too much away?
Well, that's another. You're asking very good questions, James.
Well, I'm down
I'm going to
the
have to
rabbit
come
hole.
on your show more often. So there's two things going on here. One, in this book, The Lennon Prophecy by Joseph Niezgoda. I think this book was released sometime around 2009, 2010. He puts forth a premise that John Lennon entered into a Faustian bargain back in 1960. And he puts forth an argument that many of these Faustian bargains, these deals with the devil, they have a 20-year shelf life. So if he made the deal in 1960, that meant that his time was up in 1980. Now, I mentioned this on another show recently as well. When we take a look at when John Lennon was assassinated, it was December 8th of 1980. When you look at the date, it's 9/11 encoded. So December is 12, 1 plus 2 is 3, the 8th, the day, 8, 3 plus 8 is 11. When you look at 1980, you have 1 plus 9 is 10, plus 8 is 18, 1 plus 8 is 9. So Lennon's death was a 9/11 encoded date, as was the Decca demo on January 1st of 1962, as was the Beatles coming to America on February 7th of 1964. February is 2, the day 7, that's 9, 1964, 1 plus 9 is 10, 6 plus 4 is 10, so we have 11, 1 and 1. So they're very clever. I should say this too, they're very clever with how they go about their numerology and their numbers and encoding.
They love all that gematria. It's mystifying to me, but then it's meant to be mystifying. Unless you're steeped in this stuff, it just all seems quite stretched, doesn't it? It seems quite.
No, I know it is a stretch, and people, they just think numbers are something that you deal with when you're at the cash register at the store, and what they don't understand is signs and symbols rule the world. And think of numbers as signs and symbols. Think of it as an encoded way in which they speak and communicate to each other.
Yeah.
The average person, who they refer to as profane, is not going to get it. But this is how they communicate to each other. Numbers is one of those methods.
Yeah. Mike, I could talk to you for hours about this stuff, but I've come around to the view that the optimal time for a podcast is about an hour and a half, and an hour we've already
I hear you.
gone over. So I'd love to talk to you again sometime. This is an endlessly fascinating topic. Tell people who are not, there can't be anyone not familiar with your work, but just in case there is, tell them where they can find your stuff.
Just go to my hub website, Sage of Quay, SAGEOFQUAY, sageofquay.com. Everything is there. So I'm on YouTube, BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey, Brighteon. If you want to listen to my music, links to my music on Reverb Nation and SoundCloud. Everything is there, James. It's really one-stop shop. And if you're interested in this particular conspiracy, the Beatles and the McCartney conspiracy, just go over to my Paul is Dead channel, and the link is on my website.
So you're a musician, Mike. So who is your controller, and who is...
I have no controller.
Yeah, were you
I operate. Yeah, of course, right. No, it's the Beatles. Like I said, James, when we first started, they were a huge influence on me, and but my life, most of my life, was not spent with music as my career. I was in the corporate world. I kept my interest in music, and it was a primary hobby of mine, but it wasn't my career. I had no controllers, no handlers, no groomers, or any of that stuff.
It only remains for me to thank my lovely viewers and listeners. If you enjoyed this stuff, why not subscribe to my Substack or Locals or Subscribestar or Patreon, or just buy me a coffee. You want to. I'm really bad at selling my product, but I'm probably kind of worth it. Anyway, and also support my sponsors because they're great. Thank you again, Mike Williams of Sage of Quay.
Thank you, James.
And let's do a rematch sometime. It's been a joy talking to you.
Okay, we are live. Hi, this is William Ramsey. Welcome to William Ramsey Investigates. On today's show, I have a very special guest. He goes by the Sage of Quay, Quay. He's also known as Mike Williams, and a great scholar. Really, I call him a scholar about the Beatles, and so much about the Beatles, not just about Paul and Fall, but so many other things. And I was trying to get around his arms around all his research. It was very hard, but I listened to a lot of his shows on YouTube, and you'll see his website here. So I'll put a link to his website, sageofquay.com, and also his YouTube channel, and just amazing stuff about the Beatles. And I've titled this one, The Masonic Machinery Behind the Creation of the Beatles, because it's such an interesting phenomenon. And as growing up as a Beatles fan, you go back, White Album and so many influences, but I never think what's going on behind the curtain, so to speak. And there's a lot going on. There's a lot about the Beatles, and Mike knows a lot of it. And I've come across so many of his talks just researching myself, like some of these he's just one of those people who always keeps popping up with the Beatles. Like I pop back around. But we were talking in the pre-show, 8 years of research into the Beatles, but he can talk more about that. So Mike Williams, welcome to the show.
William, thank you so much for the invite.
Yeah, so for people who may not have heard of you or the Sage of Quay or all your research, maybe you can just kind of introduce people to how you got started looking into the Beatles and this amount of research and interviews you've collected over the last 8 years.
Well, I should start by saying that growing up, I was a Beatle freak. And I was born in 1959, and as early as 1968, I was on my parents to take me to the movie theater to go see Yellow Submarine. That's how much I knew about the Beatles at the age of 9. And my brother is just a little younger than I am, about 13, 14 months younger, and he was a little Beatle freak himself. So my father took the both of us to go see Yellow Submarine. I remember that not knowing as a kid, I didn't realize that it was an animation. So I was a little disappointed. Dad was in total pain the whole time because the Beatles were not his thing. But he was a real trooper. He sat there for 90 minutes. And it wasn't until the Beatles came out toward the end of Yellow Submarine that my brother and I really lit up. The Beatles were the reason why I picked up a guitar, why I started to write music, record music. I loved the Beatles. And then what happened was, if I just go back to high school, move forward in time a little bit, I knew about and heard of the Paul is Dead conspiracy, but I just thought, like many people, that it was nonsense and that it was nothing more than a clever marketing ploy by the Beatles to sell more records. And in fact, when the Paul is Dead rumor came out in 1969, record sales did tick up. So it did do that as well. But I didn't buy the whole Paul is Dead thing. I thought it was crazy, and Paul has always been Paul. And even in high school, what I did, even though I didn't believe the conspiracy, I was very intrigued by the clues. My high school was very progressive back in the day, and they allowed the students to bring in guest speakers. And so I brought in the brother of a friend of mine, Doug. Doug was about 5 years older than I was, and he knew everything about the Paul is Dead conspiracy, all of the clues on the album, the backmasking on the songs and all that. And so I brought Doug in to do the presentation, and I didn't think there was going to be a whole lot of people to show up in the classroom. By the time Doug got started, it was standing room only. So that's how much I was into the Beatles. And then what happened in 2016, I read a book titled The Memoirs of Billy Shears. And I stumbled upon the book as I was perusing in Amazon. I don't even remember what it is I was looking for, but the book popped up as a recommendation. And because I was familiar with the conspiracy and the book is about Paul is Dead, I took a look at the write-up and I thought to myself, well, okay, let's take a look at this. I knew nothing about the book. I knew nothing about the author/encoder, Tom Harriet. And so I read the book in the early part of 2016. The book was first published in September of 2009, September 9th of 2009, so the triple nines. And as I was reading the book, William, I was taken back. I was trying to get my head wrapped around it because the details in the memoirs of Billy Shears, the information is so diametrically opposed to the official narrative that if you're somebody that is a Beatle fan or a Beatle freak, it's going to be quite a shock. But the one thing that struck me is that there was so much information and so much detail in the book that I had to take a step back and think, the only way this much information and detail can be in the book, it has to be coming from somebody who is either in the inner circle of the Beatles or from the person that is actually playing the role of Paul McCartney, and that would be Billy Shears. In the book, he gives us the name of William Shepherd. A shepherd is somebody that leads a flock. Others in the Paul is Dead Beatles conspiracy community will say that what they believe his name is William Campbell, but I call him Billy Shears because that's how he refers to himself. And in fact, he introduces himself to us on the Sgt. Pepper album after the title track, Sgt. Pepper plays, and that segues into With a Little Help from My Friends. And that segue, there's a lyric that says, and let me introduce to you the one and only Billy Shears. So that's an introduction to Billy. Even though Ringo sings the song, that's really a distraction. That's to keep the focus off of Billy, because a lot of people believe Billy Shears is Ringo because Ringo sang the song, but that's not what was going on there. It was a way to deflect, because when a lot of people looked at the Sgt. Pepper album when it first came out, and you'll hear this from a lot of Beatle fans, especially those that subscribe to my channel, they will say, well, the guy that's on the front cover of Sgt. Pepper in the blue costume, Paul McCartney, doesn't look very much like Paul McCartney. He looks very different. What they did was they did a couple of deflections. One was with the song With a Little Help from My Friends, having Ringo sing about being Billy Shears. But the other thing that they did with the album cover was to change the appearance of all of the Beatles. And so this way, it doesn't look like just one person looked very different, but they all looked very different with the longer hair, facial hair, and all of that. So what happened was I started reading the book, and I was very shocked by a lot of the information that was in it because it was diametrically opposed to the official narrative. And I could have done one of two things at that point. I could have just put the book down and say, well, this is just nonsense. I'm not going to give this any more of my time. Or let me take a look at this book and let me do some research and see if I can prove or disprove what it is that we're being told. And so I opted for option 2. And I didn't think I would be spending as much time as I did. As you mentioned when we got started, my research went 8 years, and I'm going to be retiring the research come this November. 8 years is long enough to do just about anything. As I got into it, I was finding that many aspects and many threads in the book were truthful, that I can look at it, I could assess it. The evidence was leading to a point where I had to start to admit to myself that this could very well be, that Paul McCartney was replaced, and that it's not just a replacement, because I've come to the point where the replacement of Paul McCartney is the subplot. The main plot to the whole Beatles psychological operation, which originated at the Frankfurt School and Tavistock, was to social engineer the world. The Beatles were the first created band with the mission to social engineer at a worldwide level. And their social engineering had to do with bringing in Aleister Crowley's Aeon of Horus, or what a lot of people would refer to as the Age of Aquarius. But I always have to put a little footnote next to that and explain that it's the elite or the controller's version of the Age of Aquarius, because everything they do is not natural or organic. They're just going to kind of force it through the pipeline. But in order to get all of this done, they had to alter significantly the landscape across the world, especially when it rolled into the United States, when the Beatles rolled in 1964, to break down traditional values and also to dismantle organized religion. And in particular, they had their sights. When I say they, I'm talking about Tavistock, the Deep State, the Committee of 300. They had their sights on Christianity. They had to dismantle Christianity in order to move forward with their, quote, New Age, or Crowley's Aeon of Horus. So the Beatles were missioned to do that. They were tasked to do that. And when I was doing the research, like I said, there's one piece of it, the subplot is Paul was replaced.
but you really have to go back in time. And this is what I did, to understand what went on before Paul McCartney was replaced. And I'm sure there's many people listening saying, well, Paul McCartney was replaced. Yes, Paul McCartney was replaced. I won't get too much into it in this show because we're limited for time, but I would suggest going to my channel, Mike Williams' Paul is Dead channel. I have a video there, a short one, which is the Beatles Conspiracy 101. It's a minute long, and I'm pointing you to some links to help you get started and to ramp up and to get on board with the conspiracy if this is something that interests you. And I stopped calling it the Paul is Dead conspiracy. I started calling it the McCartney conspiracy and the Beatles conspiracy. But what I did, what a lot of other researchers did not do, was to go back in time. A lot of researchers will focus on Billy replacing Paul in late 1966 and then moving forward. Understanding the replacement and doing those comparisons and doing that analysis is very important. There's no question about it. That's basically step one when you get into this conspiracy. But I said, there had to be a whole lot of stuff that went on before we ever got to that point. And when I was reading memoirs, there's a blurb in the book on page 350 and 351. There was a narrative in the book, a few sentences that said that George Martin was going to take their little songs and make them great. Now, for those of you who don't know, George Martin was their producer, and George was known as the fifth Beatle. And George Martin plays a very, very important role in all of this. And then the book went on to talk about the snitch and the Committee of 300.
Wow. So the Committee of 300 is in the memoirs of Billy Shears?
It talks about it. So
wow,
this is the book here, the Committee of 300. The first book I read was the red cover. This is the blue-covered book. And aside from the narrative itself, it's loaded up with footnotes. And the footnotes are very, very revealing.
Wow. And it's no mistake that this name is a 5 and a 6, right? So you've got Tyler Durden, you've got Harry Potter, which is a whole nother cultural creation in itself, a whole nother show. And then Billy Shears. Like, these are not a mistake. 5, 6, 11, it all adds up.
Yeah, and the book is 666 pages and 66 chapters. The other thing is there are many, many Beatles songs mentioned in the book, Beatle lyrics mentioned in the book. Billy's likeness is contained in the book. For those that don't know, you're really running a risk when you write a book and you put the lyrics to songs in a book without receiving permission from the copyright owner. Some people have questioned this and said, well, yeah, you could do that. I said, no, you cannot do that. And I verified that with two attorneys that I know. One is my personal attorney that does copyrights and trademarks, and the other one is a friend of the family's who's a criminal attorney. And I asked them both about, hey, if you're going to write a book, can you just put song lyrics in there? And they both came back and said, you shouldn't do it unless you have permission because you could wind up in a bind. At the very least, you'll wind up with a cease and desist order. Worst cases, you can get sued. And I also ran this by a friend of mine who's in the music industry. He's been in the industry for a very long time. He's out of the UK. He has written many, many songs for artists out of Europe. And when I talked to him about it, he said, Mike, I get requests all the time for people who are writing books to use my lyrics. And the first thing I want to know is, what are you using the lyrics for? In other words, what's the context? So if you're going to take my lyrics or my songs and you're going to put them in a context that is not helpful to me, in other words, it could be disparaging, then that's not going to work. I am not going to allow you to use my song lyrics. So what that says is, and for those that know who try to upload any kind of Beatle content to their YouTube channel and all that stuff, Apple shuts that stuff down right away. So there's no problem with Apple shutting anything down that is not approved by them. And Billy, the same thing. Paul McCartney's enterprise is huge, MPL Communications. So this book here, if Billy wasn't participating in this book, if he wasn't a source for this book, there was no question in my mind that the author/encoder, Tom U. Harriet, would have received, at the very least, a cease and desist order, which has never happened. In fact, as time goes on, the book is updated with additional information. And each time the book is updated,
more and more details are given, more verifiable details are given, which shores up and proofs out that the book is truthful. Now, the reason why I say it's truthful is because the book is classified as historical fiction. The reason why it's classified as historical fiction is because Billy, the person playing the role of Paul McCartney, has signed agreements. He has NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, and other secrecy agreements that he has to abide by to play the role of Paul McCartney. And Tom Harriet also had to have signed an NDA. Now, the reason why I'm fairly positive that the author and coder Tom Harriet had signed an NDA is because going back in 2016, when I got done reading the book, I wanted to have Tom to come on my show because I was doing a lot of podcasting back in the day, and I wanted to talk to him about the book. So I reached out to him. Tom had gotten back to me, and he said, sure, I'll come on the show. I'll talk about the book. And then a week later or so, he emailed me and said, Mike, I can't do any interviews. And he didn't elaborate. But in my view, what happened was he had to go check with legal counsel. I'm pretty confident what happened was they said to him, look, you signed an NDA, and even if you say something innocently, you could have a problem if you say something that breaches the contract that you signed. So our recommendation is that you not do that you don't do these interviews. And to this day, Tom has not done any interviews on this book. Now, I'm trying to get him to come on my show, and going back about 2 months ago, he said that he might be at a point now where he will be able to talk about the book. Maybe. It's basically a waiting game to see at what point does he get the green light. So I'm reading the book, and it's historical fiction. There are threads of fiction in the book, but the book is layered. It's an encoded book. It's a Masonic book. Tom is a Freemason. Obviously, Billy is a Freemason. In fact, I believe Billy is in the Illuminated degrees these days. The book has a number of layers in it. The first layer is you just read the book the way it is. You just read from left to right as you would read any book, and you're going to get a lot of information just from doing that. The second layer has to do with what's referred to as word stacking. Now, Tom is an expert in encoding. So word stacking means that on each page of the book, there are certain words that are bolded out. So when you read the bolded out letters by themselves, they form sentences. And so now you're getting another layer of information from the book that may not necessarily be in the narrative if you just read the book like you would read any book. The third layer is what is referred to as the acrostical code. In the book, the first letter of every odd numbered sentence, when you start putting the letters together, it forms more words and more sentences. It's crazy stuff. It's crazy, crazy stuff. So that's the third layer. The fourth layer of the book, and these are layers that I have discovered, is that the book is actually inviting you to go outside the book and research it. If you included everything in the book that you wanted to know, it wouldn't be 666 pages. It would be 6,666 pages. So the book is actually inviting you to go outside to research. And that's exactly what happened to me when I read that passage on page 350 and 351, where it talked about George Martin making their little songs great, and then talking about the Committee of 300 and the Snitch. The Snitch was Dr. John Coleman.
Wow.
The fourth layer, if you want to call it a layer, I mentioned earlier, are the footnotes. The earlier versions of memoirs, going back to 2009, did not have footnotes. So periodically I would communicate with Tom, because the way the book is written, some of it is written, it's a little coy. So you have to read it a couple of times and you're wondering, does the book mean this or does it mean that? Today, I have a professional friendship with Tom. It's been 8 years. It's not like we're best friends. We go out to have beers and all that stuff. Every once in a while, I will reach out to Tom and I'll have some questions about the book. And he's always been very honest and very straightforward with me. Clearly, there are some things he cannot talk about. And if that's the case, he'll say, I can't talk about that. But if there's other information where he can expand upon what's in the book, he will do that. So I just want to say that. So the footnotes have become more and more revealing over time, very specific, doesn't leave a lot for interpretation. They're just right there for you to read. And recently, another layer was added to the book, which is called the whisper messages. Now, the whisper messages are not on every page of the book, but it's on a good number of the pages in the book. These are typed out sentences in very light font, so very almost subliminal in a way. And when you read the whisper messages, it's now adding even more information. So the conclusion is that what I concluded is that the reason why the book is written this way, obviously, like I mentioned before, it's a Masonic book encoded by a Freemason, Billy being a Freemason himself, and as I mentioned, in all likelihood, in the illuminated degrees. But it's like a big puzzle. And so it's, if you're intrepid enough and you go through the book, all the information that you're really looking for is there. Sometimes, actually a lot of times, it's not easy to see that it's there. It takes a lot of time, a lot of diligence to sit down and to do research and investigation outside the book and start to put the pieces together. So this is what I have done over 8 years, and not just myself. I've connected William into a handful of other researchers, very, very smart people who also have been looking into the book and researching it. And over the 8 years, we have done presentations together. We have done roundtables together to talk about what it is that we discovered in the book, what information that we have proof of or evidence of, and to try to pull it all together.
Wow.
So
Incredible.
that's the background on the book. And
Didn't Billy Shears say that he studied under Crowley? Or
yes,
something?
so
Yes, he did.
in the book it tells us that he was subjected to ritual abuse. And his earliest memory of that was at the age of 3. He said that he was tutored by Crowley for 10 years. So Billy was born in 1937. We know this because in the Magical Mystery Tour film, it drops a hint that he's actually 5 years older than he actually looks. That was his way of saying, I'm 5 years older than biological Paul. Biological Paul, when I say biological Paul, we're talking about the original Paul McCartney. I do believe he passed away in late 1966. So Billy was born in 37, and Crowley died in 1947. Now, the book also has passages that would have the reader lean toward the possibility that Crowley could be his biological father. And that could have occurred through any number of ways. What I mean is basically sex magic, because Crowley, as you probably know, William, was heavily into sex magic.
That's all he did.
It's all he did. And
was.
then when he took over the OTO, he made it a requirement in order to get to the higher degrees within the OTO.
It wouldn't be the only child that Crowley had. I mean, he had 5 known children.
Right. It's the known. We can look that up. It's how many are out there that.
Right.
Right?
Well, I mean,
they're not
Barbara,
documented in Wikipedia.
Yeah. We can say Barbara might be the 6th, and maybe Billy Shears.
Yes, that's right. So the book leans in that direction, or tries to, I guess, kind of push it in that direction. And I had one of the researchers, Stacy, came on my show, and she did a phenomenal job of breaking down clues within the book. And she made a very compelling argument that he is not the offspring of Aleister Crowley, but his bloodline goes back to the Douglas Hamiltons and the Percy bloodline. This would be blue bloods out of Scotland. And it's too involved to get into here, but I have a presentation that I did with Stacy, and she'll walk everybody through it. It's very, very compelling. She did an excellent job. Now, I can't say with 100% certainty that, nor can Stacy, that she's absolutely correct on this, but I will say that it's the best case of evidence that I have seen to align Billy with somebody with regard to his ancestry, like his mother and father. So,
and it is important. J.K. Rowling says that she's just a simple, single mom, but she has part of the aristocracy of the UK. She keeps that real quiet. Interesting, Kay. She made up that letter just to make her name more interesting, the 11th letter of the alphabet. But the royal people in the U.S., they don't understand like the class system, and almost all of the aristocracy traces themselves back to the Battle of Hastings and William the Conqueror. They all go back there, and if you can trace that, you're like a blue blood. You truly are the highest levels of the aristocracy. So tracing yourself back to that, almost the entire aristocracy, landed aristocracy in England is traced back to William the Conqueror.
And these bloodlines, many of them, if not all of them, are attached to the occult, to occultism, to the esoteric, to mysticism. And I actually have an interview that Billy did. I forgot who the person is that was interviewing him. But during that interview, Billy states that as a child, he was taught to write his name backwards. This would fit very nicely with Aleister Crowley's law of reversal. There's a lot of clues, a lot of hints all around Billy and the Beatles, which point back to all of this occultism, in particular to Crowley, to the cult of Pan, to the cult of Dionysus, because this is where the controllers are taking us. I like to just refer to it as the cult of Pan. And the Beatles would be the Pied Pipers of Crowley's Aeon of Horus. Now, if we take a look at the Sgt. Pepper album cover, they're actually communicating this out to us. So the word Pied, and the Pied Piper is a play on Pan mythology. So we have to understand that first. Pied means multicolored. And take a look at the Beatles. They're in multicolored outfits. And Pan played the pan flute, a wind instrument. And if you look at the cover of Sgt. Pepper, all of the Beatles are holding wind instruments.
Interesting.
So what I did, William, was, which really shook the trees, was back in 2019, based upon that passage in the book on page 350 and 351 about George Martin making their little songs great, and then talking about the Committee of 300. Now, I had not at the time read the book, the Committee of 300, but I was familiar with John Coleman because Dr. Coleman did interviews many years ago. And, I had listened to the interviews. I've been in the whole alternative research business for a long time. I started off as a blogger in 2011 or 2012, and the blog still runs to this day. So I was, looking at a lot of this stuff. So I said, okay, let me read the Committee of 300 now, because the book is definitely leading me there. And what I did in this book, which is not about the Beatles, I should say that. It's about the deep state. It's about the Committee of 300. It talks about Tavistock. But in the book, Dr. Coleman states unequivocally that the Beatles were a creation of Tavistock. And this is mentioned maybe about 7 or 8 times in the book, depending upon the context in which he's discussing in a particular chapter. So then what happened was I said, well, I have to then, let's go take a deep dive into the Frankfurt School and Tavistock. Because when you talk about Tavistock, you have to talk about the Frankfurt School. If you talk about the Frankfurt School, you got to talk about Tavistock, because they're really connected at the hip. So what I've been showing folks, and I have nothing to do with these books, folks. I don't make any money on them. I'm just showing you what I read. Tavistock Institute by Daniel Estulin is a good book. It's a good primer to get started with. You have John Coleman's book on Tavistock, which is excellent. This is a very, very good book as well. So the Committee of 300, Coleman's book on Tavistock, Daniel Estulin's book on Tavistock. Another really good book is this one here, Secret Agent 666, by Richard Spence, on Crowley and how Crowley was connected into British intelligence. And Crowley was in the elite system. A lot of people don't realize that. And we could talk about that a little bit, because when we talk about the Aeon of...
That's all he was. He was from the apex of the class system.
Exactly.
At the height of the British Empire, so...
Yes, exactly. But a lot
of people... He never worked
a
day in his life. Never had a real job.
And but a lot of folks, when they listen to Crowley and when he talks about the Aeon of Osiris, which is equivalent to the Piscean age, and moving to the Aeon of Horus, which would be equivalent to the age of Aquarius, going from an age of oppression and being shackled to a period of illumination and enlightenment, where you pursue your true and pure will. Well, there are people, because I've had these conversations with people, they'll send me emails or put them in the comments section under the video, that when Crowley was talking about this stuff, he was talking about it on behalf of all of humanity. And I said, I don't think so. I think he was speaking specifically to his elite circle. And his religion of Thelema is what I believe is extremely prominent within the pyramid of power. That the vast majority of the controllers within the pyramid of power subscribe to his religion of Thelema. That's their spiritual philosophy and ideology.
One of the things about Crowley people overlook is like he was a class person. He was of the highest class. He believed the slave shall serve. He thought the optimal political system was a feudal system,
Yes.
and that they should kill off all the Jews and Protestants. So when people say like it was for all of humanity, and he
Right.
called himself the priest to the princes, so he saw himself as like only, he said, have nothing to do with the muck of the mire, find diamonds and polish them. What he meant by that was nobody who's uneducated, just find the really smart ones and polish them. So people who say that he was some kind of egalitarian, it's just not in his writing or his conduct at all.
No, it's not. It's not. And you mentioned, and the slaves shall serve comes from his book 77.
Right. It comes from 77, but it's quoted. It's a direct quote from the Book of the Law.
So what I did was I said, well, let me take a look at the Beatles' backstory from the very beginning. Let's just set aside this Paul McCartney being replaced bit, because honestly, William, it doesn't take very long if you're critically thinking and you're objective to see that they are two different people.
Yeah.
People want to argue with me on that, but I'm telling you, folks, they are not the same person. And Billy has been dropping clues that he's not Paul McCartney since day one. You just have to know to be aware when he's making those clues and what to look for.
The other members of the band do it too. Like you have it in your videos. Like, hey, Bill, hey, William. They're calling him William.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry that
yeah.
Paul's gone. I mean, they act like they know he's not alive. So they have these doubles. They have doubles of like Paul McCartney. There's no question about it. Like
Well,
you said, there's one that plays music and the one that shows up for interviews.
One of the best clips, which is very straightforward, is there was the premiere for the concert for George, which was a tribute concert for George Harrison. You know, Billy showed up for that, and at the time he was married to Heather Mills. Olivia Harrison and George's son Danny were there. And so Olivia says to Billy, she greets him and she says, "Hello, Billy." And he gives her a hug. And it's very clear. She said, "Hello, Billy." So these clues are out there. Honestly, when somebody greets somebody by their name, I'm not even sure that's a clue.
Right. It's just like, he just stated
It's
like casually.
if I met you, I would say, "Hello, William."
Yeah.
It's not mysterious. That's your name. Or if you said, "Hello, Mike." So it's out there. And like I said, folks, I have 8 years of this under my belt, and there's over 300 videos. So if you're interested, take a look. I step you through a lot of facets of the conspiracy, and there are many. What I wanted to do was to go back, and I took a look at the Beatles timeline, William, between 1960 and 1963. And the reason why I did that was because that was the timeline that was leading up to the Beatles arriving in America. So they arrived in America on February 7th of 1964. February 7th, 1964 is a 9/11 encoded date. February is the second month. It was the seventh day. 2 plus 7 is 9. And then 1964. So in numerology, 9, you can treat it like 0 because anything times 9 reduces to 9, just like anything times 0 equals 0. So 1964, 1 plus 9 plus 6 plus 4, or 1 plus 0 plus 6 plus 4 is 11. So February 7th of 1964 is a 9/11 encoded date. And we see a lot of numerology, a lot of occult numbers around the Beatles. A lot of 3s, 6, 9s, 11s, 33s, 7s, double 7s, triple 7s, the 6s, 66, triple 6s, 9, 99s, and the triple 9s. All around the Beatles. They really, really loved the number 7, and that was embedded in their albums, especially their first 7 albums, and as well as the Sgt. Pepper album, and I can explain that in a little bit. Now, the number 7 refers to, it's the number of perfection and higher spiritual consciousness. And the Beatles, one of their jobs was to put forth this concept of evolving to higher spiritual levels of consciousness or enlightenment or illumination. And again, if I have some time, I can get into that. If I don't, I cover all of this on my YouTube channel. So anyway, the first thing that I took a look at is, when did the Beatles really get started, right? So, before I get into that, let me just mention this. I have speculated that it's very possible that the Beatles, and I focus mostly on John Lennon and Paul McCartney because they were the, quote, primary songwriters. that they may have been in mind control programs. And why do I say that? Well, first of all, if we take a look at the family situations, both Paul and John lost their mothers at an early age. John was raised by his Aunt Mimi. His father, Freddie, was missing in action. He was nowhere to be found. In the book, in memoirs, it tells us there was an uncle. Doesn't mention who the uncle is, that his uncle sponsored him, which means got him into a program and got him into the pipeline. It also tells us in the book that Paul McCartney's father, Jim, once his mother passed away, once Paul McCartney's mother, Mary, passed away, that Jim was leading him away from Christianity. And I was looking at that as possible table setting for what was going to happen in the future for Paul, as far as being in the pipeline, the Tavistock pipeline, to be groomed and handled along with the rest of the band to wind up doing what they did. So with these mind control programs, I mean, it's not always the case, but a lot of times what we'll see is broken families. Parents are not there. Parents die young, or mother dies young. It's dysfunctional. There's not a cohesiveness to the family. And many times, these types of situations, the kids are ripe for these types of programs to be brought into them. Now, that itself, somebody could argue and say, well, that's just speculation. And it is. I said it's speculation. But also what we have on the internet, if you look, you're going to see images of Paul McCartney and George Harrison with bird cages on their heads. And there's another image of John Lennon in a Superman shirt, and he has his head leaning up against the bird cage. Now, bird cage in Illuminati occult symbolism refers to mind control, a mind control slave. And I get the argument many times that, well, I don't think they knew what they were doing, or it doesn't matter whether they knew what they were doing. And in all likelihood, they were not aware of what was really going on, or to the extent of what was really going on. And when they were asked to do certain things, like put a bird cage on their head, they may not have understood what that meant. But what's going on there is the controllers are communicating out. There you go. There's the one with John Lennon with the Superman shirt, and then the bird cage.
You have to remember, these guys are in their 20s when all this is happening. So
early 20s.
How sophisticated they are is real up for debate, I would say.
Yeah. And the Superman shirt is a reference to the Übermensch. This is something that Nietzsche spoke about. It's the superhuman. And of course, this is what the controllers are all about. They're looking to create a superhuman. When we talk about transhumanism, Yuval Harari talking about and making declarations like they've achieved godlike status, and they're going to do that with their technology and all that stuff. This is what they're referring to. So all of this always goes back in time. Their table setting goes back decades. And then it's a very methodical, incremental march forward based upon social engineering, redefining values and ethics and morals and lifestyle, quite frankly. So people start to assimilate these changes, and it becomes part of their reality or culture. And what I've explained to my audience is what the controllers have done through Tavistock and the Frankfurt School is to deliver to us pop culture, popular culture. Pop culture is something that was fabricated for us to operate in, to keep us detached from our ancestral traditions and culture. They have to eradicate that stuff. So if you're from Spain, you have a Spanish culture, German, a German culture, Italian, Mexican, a Mexican culture. And so what they want to do is to remove that. They don't want you to have these ancestral ties back to your culture. They want a homogenized hive mind state. And pop culture does that. And what is pop culture? Pop culture it's Netflix, it's hot dogs, hamburgers, beer, and ball games. That's pop culture. And they have their Pied Pipers out there. I talked about the Beatles being the Pied Pipers of the Eon of Horus. But all of your celebrities, your entertainers, your bands, your artists, they are all Pied Pipers because you're following them. And people worship their entertainers and their celebrities.
Yeah.
And the Beatles are a cult. I was in that cult, folks. I had a front row pew in the Church of the Fab Four. I was in that cult. And believe me, it's not an easy pill to swallow to break the programming into conditioning, because we have to look at it this way. The conditioning with regard to the Beatles' official narrative telling us what the Beatles were, which they were not, has been going on for 6 decades, for 60 years. So for 60 years, we've had it pounded into our heads. The Beatles were geniuses.
Right.
They were these great songwriters. And anytime you ever watch a documentary or you read a piece on the Beatles, what do they always say? That the Beatles were a cultural phenomenon. They changed culture. This is not something that I'm guessing at or speculating. This has been written many, many, many times over. And going back to when the Beatles first hit the world stage, they were talking about how they're changing culture.
People back then don't know how revolutionary it was for them to show up with messy hair or mop heads, right?
That's right.
So like it was incremental. It was almost like they just like boiled the frog, so to speak, culturally, where they went from mop hair to LSD, heavy drug use, and psychedelic music, so it's really something.
It was very incremental, William, the way Tavistock and the Handlers pushed the Beatles forward. It started off very basic. So, their first single, Love Me Do, and P.S. I Love You, and then going to their first album, Please Please Me, which was released on March 22nd, which is the 322 Skull and Bones number. Okay. Also, it's Genesis 322. So take a look at Genesis 322. Then going to their second album, the UK release. The UK releases were their official releases, not the Capitol releases in the US. It was the UK releases on the Parlophone label. They were their official albums. Their second album was released in the UK on November 22nd, 1963. It was the same day that John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Now, interestingly enough, in the book it tells us that the British control system knew that Kennedy was going to be assassinated, and so they didn't release the album in the U.S. on November 22nd of 1963. That wound up being Meet the Beatles. The UK version was With the Beatles. They released the album. They waited until January of 1964 to release the album. Did they do it because of out of respect for what took place on March 22nd of 1963 here in the United States? No. They knew what was going to happen. They did it because they didn't want record sales to be damaged or be overshadowed by the assassination of John Kennedy. So the Beatles, they start, William, in Hamburg in mid-August of 1960. Now, when they show up in Hamburg in August of 1960, they are a very mediocre band, very limited musical talent. Again, this is not something that is my opinion.
This is well established. Yeah,
this is well established. And actually, Billy, who plays the part of Paul McCartney, has talked about this a number of times in various interviews over the years, that when they were not very good when they were in Hamburg. So at that point, John was 20 years old, Paul was 18, and George was 17 years old. And Pete Best, I don't know how old Pete was at the time, but Pete was in the band at that point in time. So the Beatles actually, they do their stints in Hamburg in 1960, starting in August, and then they head home back to Liverpool in December of 1960, completely dejected. This is detailed out in a book titled, and it's also detailed in other books, but the book I'm going to mention is by Joseph Niezgoda, Lennon Prophecy, which was published back in 2008. So the Beatles were an abject failure in 1960 when they were in Hamburg. There was no wins there. They didn't accomplish anything. Starting in 1961, they start getting all of these gigs. And if you go onto Wikipedia and you take a look at the Beatles live performances, just type that into Wikipedia, you're going to see page after page after page. Every month, day after day, they're doing these gigs. So the first question we have to ask ourselves is, well, how is this band, which is not very good, and they didn't show any songwriting acumen. This was explained to us in a number of George Martin interviews. And I have these interviews, but George Martin is quite frank about their lack of musical skill and their lack of songwriting prowess. But in any case, so in 1961, they're playing all these gigs and they're just cranking along. And then in November 9th of 1961, that's when Brian Epstein, who became their manager, Alan Williams was their manager back in the Hamburg days, that's when Brian Epstein meets them at the Cavern Club, and the story goes he loved them and he wanted to sign them, he wanted to manage them and all that stuff. So let's just recap a little bit. August 1960 through December of 1960, zero, nothing. January of 1961 through when they meet Brian Epstein at the Cavern Club, still really nothing. They're doing a lot of gigs, but they're playing cover music. They were a bar and club band. That's what the Beatles were. They weren't playing original music. Fast forward from the time they met Brian Epstein in November of 1961 to January 1st of 1962. That's when they had their Decca audition. So now another question is, how does this band, this nondescript band that really nobody knows anything about, other than the fact that they're playing these bars and clubs and with stints over in Hamburg, how did they manage to get time with Decca to do a demo? 15 songs. That's what we're told they did on January 1st of 1962. So they had 12 cover songs and then 3, quote, originals. So those originals were Like Dreamers Do, Hello Little Girl, and Love of the Love. Now, none of those original songs that they allegedly wrote ever made their way onto any of the Beatles' albums when they were together as a band. Those songs made their way onto the Anthology album. I think at least 2 of them did. But those 3 that were played on January 1st of 1962 for Decca, not on any of their albums that were released when they were together. Decca turns the Beatles down. Nope, we're not interested. Then Brian Epstein takes the tapes over to George Martin, and I believe that was in February of 1962. George Martin says to Brian Epstein, I'm not going to sign him either. Based upon what you're showing me, I'm not interested. Then something happens. The Beatles wind up signing a contract with EMI in June of 1962. So the question becomes, what the heck happened between February of 1962 when George Martin turned him down and June of 1962 when he signs a contract to bring them on board to the EMI Parlophone label? That's a good question. In the book, it says that George Martin had received a phone call from a higher up and said to George, you're going to take them on. We're going to sign them. Now, who that phone call came from, I don't know. At the time, George Martin was working for a guy by the name of Len Wood. And Len Wood reported up to the chairman of EMI at the time, which was Sir Joseph Lockwood. So that phone call either came from Len Wood or Joseph Lockwood. And if it came from Len Wood got it from Joseph Lockwood. That would be my guess. So it's quite possible at the time when George Martin turned him down that he was not yet brought into the loop as to what the plan was for the Beatles. So he turned him down. They weren't a good band, and he wasn't going to spend any time with them. But then he got the phone call. So what happened between February and when George Martin said, I'm not going to sign him, and then in June when he did sign them, is the Beatles started performing for the BBC in March of 1962. So here's another question. How did this band, this bar and club band that was playing cover tunes, how did they land a gig with the BBC in March of 62? And that ran through 1965. So the BBC sessions ran through 1965. So let's just think about this for a moment. Turned down by Decca, turned down by George Martin, and then BBC says, yeah, come on to the BBC and we'll do the live at the BBC shows. And then 3 months later, they're signed by EMI. Now, when George Martin had the Beatles, he said that they had nothing behind them, that the best song he could find from them at the time was Love Me Do, and which he knew was not the big hit that they were looking for. And none of them stood out. Those are George Martin's words. And in another interview, he had said that it was not apparent at the time that they were songwriters, and goes on to say that their songs were awful. There was also an interview done by their engineer at the time, Norman Smith. Norman Smith was their engineer working with George Martin from their first album, Please Please Me, in 1963 through Rubber Soul. And then Jeff Emmert took the reins as the engineer, starting with Revolver. In a magazine article from New Music Express, Norman Smith explains that they failed in the studio, that they had a lot of difficulty getting Love Me Do down, and he was not impressed with them at all. So there's a lot of these types of stories that that are there from people like George Martin, from Norman Smith. So I decided, instead of ignoring them, I thought, why are they saying this? These are interesting things to say when the official narrative tells us the Beatles were brilliant. Okay, so, and when people do hear this, they'll say, well, that's because George Martin nurtured them and he brought them along. You're going to see, as I take you through this, that that's not the case at all. There's a Beatles documentary that goes back to the 1980s. It's titled The Complete Beatles. It was considered the Beatles documentary at the time until Anthology was released in the 1990s. And in that documentary, it tells us that Paul McCartney and John Lennon, either individually or together, wrote 100 songs between 1956 and 1962. They wrote 100 songs. That's what it tells us in the documentary. If that's the case, then how come there were only 3 songs for the Decca audition? And why did George Martin say that the only song that he can get out of them was Love Me Do, if they even wrote that song? Right. Where did the 100 songs go? And so what happens is, what we find, William, is that narrative of 100 songs completely dissipates as we move through time. We really never hear about the 100 songs anymore. It's in the documentary, and then it just kind of falls off the cliff. And then we start with a new narrative, which is the Beatles start writing these songs, not pulling from a backlog they had. So they signed in June of 1962, and then 9 months later, they released their first album, UK release, Please Please Me. And on that album, there were 14 tracks, 8 of which were original compositions and 6 cover songs. So a band that in June of 1962 didn't have anything behind them, according to George Martin, now all of a sudden was able to crank out 8 original songs for the first album, Please Please Me. Now, the other thing I should mention when I go back to George Martin, when he took them on board, he didn't work with them one-on-one initially. He delegated that to Ron Richards, who was another producer, I guess an assistant producer to George Martin. And Ron worked with the band at first. And Ron took them into the studio to record and to see what he can get out of them. And what he got out of them was nothing. Because what happened was, when George Martin came back, I think probably Brian Epstein was there, they did the playback, it wasn't good. Let's put it this way. When we're talking about big labels and we're talking about putting out music, I mean, it's got to be top shelf. And it was not top shelf. In Memoirs, it tells us George Martin received another phone call. No more delegation. You've got to work with this band directly. Of course, George Martin was a very accomplished composer, musician. What a lot of people don't realize is that George Martin, not only was he the Beatles producer, but he was the head of the Parlophone label, which was part of EMI. He was given the Parlophone label to run when he was 29 years old. It would seem to me that they had big things in store for George. So now George Martin is working with the Beatles directly. So where did the 8 songs come from? Their second release came out, as I mentioned before, in November 22nd of 1963. That's 8 months after their first album, Please Please Me, was released. And there's another 8 original songs and 6 covers. So who's turning out these songs? This is a band that didn't have any songs. And now all of a sudden, they're cranking these tunes out. We get into 1964, and they released the Hard Day's Night album in conjunction with the movie. The album has 13 tracks. We're told that all 13 tracks were original compositions by the Beatles. Their fourth album is Beatles for Sale, 8 more originals, 6 covers. In 1965, in the beginning of the year, they released the Help album, 12 original songs. Out of the 14, there were 2 covers on the Help album, along with 12 original tracks. And I'll get to Rubber Soul in a moment, and I'll explain how it is that, to me, is proof that the Beatles did not write all their own music, or did they play on all of their recorded tracks. And the other thing we have to really put into context here is, starting in 1963, going through 64, 1965, and it lightened up a bit on the second half of 65 going into 66. But when we talk about 63, 1964, and 65, 64 and 65, we're talking about the height of Beatlemania. The Beatles are doing world tours. They're doing press conferences. They did 2 movies. In 64, they did A Hard Day's Night. In 65, they did Help. By the way, the filming of A Hard Day's Night was sandwiched in between the recording dates of the recording of the album A Hard Day's Night. So not only are we told that they were in the studio writing and recording music for the album, but they were also on the film set filming the movie, and it's the same exact thing that took place in 1965 with Help. The filming for the movie Help was sandwiched in between the recording periods, the beginning and end dates for the recording for the Help album. So the question becomes, where are they finding this time to write music? Now, when we get to Rubber Soul, it gets to be very interesting. So the story behind Rubber Soul is that the Beatles had come off their U.S. tour. The end of the tour concluded on August 31st of 1965. Then there was a 6-week period. They were on holiday, vacation. In Mark Lewison's book, it tells us that it was free time. There was no work, which means they were not writing music. A lot of people like to say, well, that's when they were writing the music. The official narrative does not tell us they were writing music during that 6-week period of time from when the tour ended to when they entered EMI Studios on October 11th of 1965. They were not writing music. So they get into EMI on October 11th of 65. The October 11th date is Scott Fryman, who does the Deconstructing the Beatles DVDs presentations. That's the umbrella title, Deconstructing the Beatles. And then underneath that, what he does is he deconstructs each one of their albums. So they show up October 11th. October 12th is when they start recording, and they have to wrap up by November 11th. And they actually wrapped up into the early morning hours of November 12th. So for the sake of putting this together simplistically, let's just say October 11th through November 11th, a 30-day period of time, the Beatles came into the Rubber Soul sessions with essentially no backlog of music. They had no songs. Now, if we look at the official narrative, they'll tell us, well, they had a little bit of Michelle. They had a little bit of We Can Work It Out. Maybe a little bit of another song. So essentially, they were on the hook for 14 original songs for the album and 2 more songs for a double A-side single, which was Day Tripper and We Can Work It Out. So the Beatles had to write, learn, and when I say learn, if John wrote a song or Paul wrote a song, they then had to bring it to the band, and the rest of the band had to learn the song. They had to write, learn, rehearse, and whenever you rehearse a song, there is give and take. There are going to be changes. You're going to have input from the rest of the band members, and you're going to have to work through the song. Then the songs have got to be arranged, and then when you're ready, you're going to record. They're going to push the record button, and the songs get recorded. After the songs get recorded, they get mixed down. So when some people want to argue with me and say, well, they didn't have to write 16 songs. They had some songs. In Mark Lewison's book, he says that they had to write more than a dozen songs. And what I explain to folks is whether we're talking about 12 songs, 14 songs, or 16 songs, when we're talking about writing 10, 12, 14, or 16 songs from scratch, that is an impossible task.
It's not that uncommon, by the way. Like a lot of these bands won't disclose it, but their producers are the ones performing. I know
Yes.
stories. Some songs that people hear on the radio, I know the bands didn't play them in the studio. Like I just
Right.
know. Like I know people in the industry that the band will come in, they'll bungle everything, and the guy will go, "Okay, I'll just play it," and they'll
Yes.
get credit for it.
That happens. I know people in the business
more
too
frequently. Yeah,
that have explained the exact same thing.
yeah.
The guitar track will be laid down by the person in the band. They play it back. Like that does not work.
The drummer's hung over or something. It's like, we got to get this done. I'll do it.
It's either the producer does it themselves, or they bring in a ringer. They bring in a studio guy, and they say, "Here, this is what we need you to fix. So let's delete that track and
They just don't talk about it. Yeah.
They don't talk about it, right? Now, here's the thing that we have to understand. So with the Beatles' schedule, a very hectic schedule, all of their concerts worldwide, we're talking about Japan, we're talking about Australia, we're talking about the U.S., they're everywhere. Press conferences, 2 movies, they still found time, we're told, to write the music for the first 5 albums before we get to Rubber Soul. then something really weird happened after the Help album in the early part of 1965. Apparently, everybody fell asleep at the switch. Everybody nodded off because the Beatles were on the hook. They were on the hook for 2 albums a year. So you had 2 albums in 63, 2 albums in 64. They were on the hook for 2 albums in 1965. The first one was Help. The second one would be Rubber Soul. And they were on the hook for 2 albums in 1966, which was Revolver. And because Paul McCartney was no longer with them, they wound up putting out a greatest hits album as the Christmas album in 1966 titled A Collection of Oldies. And we could talk about that maybe a little bit as to why a greatest hits album called A Collection of Oldies. Why are they oldies? The oldest song on the record is from 1963. It's only 3 years prior. So the question becomes, why were the Beatles, why did they have no music? Why did they come into the Rubber Soul sessions with essentially nothing? Are we to believe that Brian Epstein wasn't calling up Paul McCartney, John Lennon, and saying, hey guys, we've got studio time booked in October, and looks like we're going to need 16 songs. How are you guys coming along? Apparently that conversation never happened. And also, you would think that George Martin would also be asking that question and making a phone call to either Brian Epstein or the band members themselves, primarily John Lennon and Paul McCartney. How are we coming along, lads, with the music? Because the album's got to have 14 tracks, and we're also going to release a single with 2 additional songs. So 16 songs. Let me know how it's coming along. Apparently, that conversation, that dialogue, never took place. So they come into the studio and going to write from scratch now. Now, let me just explain a couple of things here. There were 2 interviews in 1966, about a year later, where Paul McCartney really let the cat out of the bag. He dropped some bombshells. The first interview was in June of 1966 at the Hilton in Japan. He was asked a question by the press about their songwriting and their musicianship, and Paul said that we never said we were very good musicians. We're adequate. Then there was an interview with the BBC on August 5th of 1966. That's the same day that Revolver, their 7th album, that's the album after Rubber Soul, was released. And in that interview, Paul said that we're limited as a group. We're the first to say we're not all that good musically. And also in that interview, when he was talking about, I'm assuming he's talking about the Revolver album because the interview took place when on the day Revolver was released. He said that with the last LP, meaning Revolver, we took weeks to try to get just 1 song written. Now, if it took weeks to get 1 song written, how in God's name are you going to get 16 songs written in 30 days? Because 30 days is weeks. It's 4 weeks. It's plural. Also, in that interview, Paul dropped another bombshell. The official narrative tells us that the Beatles were prolific songwriters and they were writing all the time. It didn't matter. If they were on the road, they were writing music. If they were on a bus, they were writing music. If they were in a restaurant, they were writing music. When they were on film sets, they were writing music. They were writing music all the time. They were writing music when they had holiday. They were a perpetual songwriting machine. That's the official narrative. Most people will recognize, at least to some level, that's what we're told about the Beatles. In that August 5th, 1966 interview with the BBC, Paul McCartney told the BBC interviewer that they did not write music in between albums. Maybe 1 or 2. And because he used the word maybe could also mean 0. He said, we wrote in great big batches whenever we had to do a record or a film. But really, it's when they had to do a record because the songs that they recorded for the album were the songs that made their way into the film. The BBC interviewer responds by saying, I always thought it was quite impossible to write that number of songs, 12 songs, in such a short period of time. And I'm paraphrasing, but I have the interview. You could take a listen. And John says, it is sometimes quite impossible. Going back, William, to what I was saying before, we get these pieces of information, this dialogue, these interviews that are out there that are showing cracks in the dam as far as the official narrative goes. I mean, they contradict the official narrative. So if we go take a look at Rubber Soul, let me just take you through really quickly here. It was like a conveyor belt. And let me just explain to everybody. And for those of you who are musicians and songwriters and you have recorded, or if you're in the music business, you're a sound engineer or a producer, and you're honest with yourself and you can shake off this Beatles conditioning, I think you'll see that this is not possible. Songwriting is a process. It's not something that you just crank out like it's a manufacturing line and you're producing widgets. It just does not work that way. So we're told the Beatles arrived at the EMI studios on October 11th of 1965. The very next day, October 12th, they complete Run for Your Life. On October 13th, the second day in, they nail Drive My Car. On October 16th, 5 days in, Day Tripper is in the bag. On the 18th of October, 7 days in, If I Needed Someone is knocked out. On October 21st, 10 days in, Norwegian Wood is completed. On October 22nd, 2 songs are done, In My Life and Nowhere Man. On October 29th, 18 days in, We Can Work It Out is completed. And then we get into November, and it's the same thing. Michelle, November 4th, What Goes On. November 8th, Think for Yourself. November 10th, The Word is completed. On November 11th, the very last day of recording, they finish up 4 songs in one long session on November 11th. 2 of those songs, You Won't See Me and Girl, didn't exist before November 11th. So they had to be written from scratch, learned, rehearsed, arranged on that day, and then recorded. Wait, we're told, was brought in from the help sessions. Okay, but they still had to do some overdubs and the vocals on that. So they didn't have to technically write that song, but there still had to be work done to the song to complete it for the album. And then the other song, the 4th song, was I'm Looking Through You. We're also told that it took no more than 5 takes to nail down the basic rhythm tracks for any of those songs. So the basic rhythm tracks would be your guitar, your bass, your drums. It's the basic rhythm tracks for the songs. However, when we fast forward 3 years to the White Album, it's 3 years later. When you take a look at how many takes it took for many of the White Album songs, we're talking about dozens. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 takes to get the songs nailed down. Yet, we're to believe that 3 years earlier, coming into EMI Studios with a blank piece of paper, they wrote 16 songs, or pick your number, 10, 12, 14, or 16 songs in 30 days, and each of the basic rhythm tracks took no more than 5 takes.
It's crazy. It's hard to believe that. Those sold like millions and millions of copies worldwide, too. Multi-platinum sellers.
Well, and here's the other thing, William. There were 6 days in that 30-day period of time where there was no recording scheduled because the Beatles had one day was slotted out for some fan club obligations. I think it was a flexi disc they had to create. There were 2 days that were mixing. George Martin and Norman Smith were mixing down the songs. There was 1 day taken out. That's when they received their MBEs from the Queen. There was 2 days where they had to step out to do a TV special.
Right, so they're anointed too. So all these guys are getting anointed by the royalty. Martin and all these.
Yeah, they got their MBEs during right smack in the middle of when they were allegedly sitting down writing and recording for.
So who's the brains behind it? Martin's connected, or somebody at EMI is connected to somebody at Tavistock. It's all secret, but they're perfect fronts in a lot of ways. Like
George Martin was instrumental in this. There's no question in my mind. Some people believe that Theodore Adorno from the Frankfurt School, and again, the Frankfurt School and Tavistock were connected at the hip, wrote all of their music. And in my big presentation going back to April of 2020, I had to disagree with that. Actually, Coleman says that.
Coleman says it, yeah.
That Adorno wrote all the music, but there are other researchers that subscribe to that. I don't.
Where's the proof? Where's the proof that Adorno? He was like a hardcore intellectual. Where's his artistic skills and musical skills?
He was also a musician. Theodore Adorno, he was a composer. He spent a lot of time with what is referred to as atonal music. This is music that doesn't have a root. the best way for me to explain atonal music to somebody is if you listen to the old horror movies and you hear the piano in the background and it's just basically, it's scattered. It's all over the place. It doesn't seem to have a root or a center. That's atonal music. But there was a reason why Adorno was playing with atonal music, because he believed that from chaos, you create order. So you had to force the chaos in order to have the order emerge. But that's a discussion for another day. Adorno was well equipped to compose and to write music. Now, do I believe that he was sitting down writing every Beatles song? No. What I think happened is that Adorno was overseeing the project, and that doesn't mean that he did not contribute songs. He was overseeing it from a social engineering, social scientist perspective. And he was working with George Martin directly. And between the two of them, because I believe George Martin was also writing songs for the Beatles, one of them being Michelle. I have an interview where George Martin says the guitar part, the lead part in Michelle, he says, is my composition. So he's taking credit for at least part of the song for Michelle, but I believe it's very possible that he wrote the entire song. I think what happened was the way they had it set up was you had Adorno and you had Martin. Think of George Martin as the managing director, and underneath them were maybe a half a dozen crack songwriters that were dedicated to the Beatles project. Now, back when I did my April presentation, April of 2020, did the Beatles write all their own music? I was working with somebody he's very accomplished and very astute in the music industry and as well as a musician. He went back and he was listening to the Beatles' early music, 62 to 66. He deducted that he thought that there were two styles in play. In other words, there was maybe 2 to 3 songwriters that were dedicated to John Lennon style songs, and another 2 to 3 songwriters that were dedicated to writing Paul McCartney style songs. I think that that's likely how it worked. I really don't believe one person wrote all the songs. You have to have a pipeline of stuff coming in so that you can assess it and decide which songs are the songs that you're going to go with.
Right, makes sense. Yeah.
So what happened with Rubber Soul? There's 2 problems with Rubber Soul. The first problem is writing 12, 14, 16 songs in 30 days. It's just not possible.
No, it's not. Not of that caliber, not of that fame and caliber.
That's the thing, and that's what I explain to people. If you want to argue that you can write 14, 15, 16 songs, okay, but what are you looking for? Are you looking for an album with 1 decent song and 13 filler tracks? That's not what the Beatles turned out with Rubber Soul. Rubber Soul is considered a pivotal record not only for the Beatles, but for rock and roll itself, along with Revolver. These were turnkey albums as far as pop music goes. It wasn't an album full of junk.
Right. Tomorrow Never Knows, this weird stuff. Where did they get all this influence from these other musical instruments? It's a mystery. Like, these are young kids. They didn't go to music school or go to...
No, they have no formal music training. They have no formal training in music theory. And this is admitted, by the way. This is admitted in the official narrative that the Beatles could not read or write music.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. This is just a massive culture creation. And it's not just the music. It's the packaging. It's the ideas. It's the lyrics.
It's the whole thing. You got it. It's the packaging and the presentation.
Yeah.
So now here's the thing, William. I know I don't want to run you over here on time, but
yeah, unfortunately I got another one in an hour and a half, so I do.
Okay, I'll get to this real quick.
Okay.
That's the first issue with Rubber Soul. The second issue is that the manufacturing cycle time does not work. So here's the thing. The Beatles finish up recording the early morning hours of November 12th of 1965 after the 30 days. George Martin completes the sequencing of the songs. The sequencing of the songs is the order that the songs will play on the record. Side A, Side B. Sequencing is very important because it establishes the flow of the album, but it's also important because with 33 RPM records, if you don't calculate the tracks properly, place the songs strategically from a time perspective, and leave enough dead wax that's around the center label of the record, albums or records could experience what they call groove distortion. Because what happens is the closer that the stylus of a turntable moves toward the center of the record, toward the spindle, there's a higher likelihood of groove distortion. So I'm letting people know this because it's not just a matter of just slapping a list together and saying this is the sequencing. This is looked at very carefully to make sure that they minimize that occurrence. And quite honestly, depending upon the quality of your stylus on your turntable and all that stuff will make a big, big difference. But I'm just saying there's a science behind it. So George Martin finishes the sequencing on November 16th of 1965. The very next day, we're told that on the 17th of November of 65, the final mono lacquer is created. Now, the vinyl lacquer is what is used to start the pressing process of the vinyl. The Beatles had to get, or EMI had to get the record in stores by December 3rd of 1965. So from November 17th of 1965, that's really when the manufacturing process begins, when the lacquer is finalized, because that's when the pressing process can begin, to December 3rd of 1965, we're talking a little over 2 weeks. So the question becomes, how did they get all those records to stores by December 3rd in a little over 2 weeks when the sequencing of the songs wasn't known until November 16th? Why is that a problem, Mike? Because the sequencing of the songs is listed on the center label of the record. The songs are also listed on the back cover of the album jacket. How did thousands of labels and thousands of album jackets get printed and delivered in a day? The answer to the question is it can't be done. Because back in the day, they used 4-color printing. And 4-color printing, they had these rolls of 4 different colors. I was told by a person I work with who is still in the business and has been in the business for a long time and is very, very well-versed in the vinyl process and the album covers and all that stuff and the printing. It took a week for the ink to dry, 1 week alone, for the ink to dry on the album covers before they can handle them and do something with them, ship them, and then send them over to the plant so that the records can be inserted. And I was also told that the typical process took 8 to 10 weeks from the time that the lacquer was finalized. It took, let's just say, 2 months before you can get that record out. If the lacquer was cut on November 17th or it's January. So the question becomes, how was this done? Because the records did get to the stores. Here's how it was done. This is what I concluded. All of the songs were pre-written by ghostwriters. And those songs were recorded by George Martin while the Beatles were out doing their tours, doing their press conferences, and being on film sets and doing all that stuff. George Martin was behind the scenes with the music already written, bringing in the studio players and recording the instrumental tracks. They were done. And because the songs were written, the song titles were already known. And because the songs were already recorded, the instrumental tracks, they knew the run times of the songs. So they knew the song would be 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. That allowed for the sequencing work to get done. So the sequencing wasn't done on November 16th of 1965. It was done weeks before that. So songs were written, the instrumental tracks to the songs were recorded, the sequencing was known, song titles were known, printing process begins. Now you can submit the requirements to have the center labels printed and the album jackets printed and have them on standby for when the Beatles finish the vocals. So what the Beatles did for 30 days at EMI between October 11th and November 11th of 1965 was record the vocal tracks. They were singing to the instrumental tracks that were already pre-recorded. So their job was to nail the vocals in 30 days. So when Paul McCartney was saying that we had to write songs, we wrote songs in great big batches, I think what he was telling us is we had to learn the vocals to those songs in great big batches. And when the songs came in, the instrumentals came in, I don't think there's any question there needed to be guide vocals so that they can learn the songs and then they would put their vocals onto the recording. And so then what George Martin was able to do once the Beatles completed the vocals, because remember now, folks, the instrumental tracks are done. Now, once he had the vocals done, all he needed to do was to mix the vocals with the instrumental tracks. And now he's got the complete song. The other thing that we need to understand is that the center labels on a 33 RPM record are pressed at the exact same time that the record is pressed. Because some people wanted to argue with me and say, oh, well, maybe the labels were added later. No, that's not the process. And I have these videos, by the way, in my presentations. I show you the pressing process. The labels go on at the same time the vinyl is pressed. And then once the vinyl is pressed, it goes off and it's inserted into the sleeves. Then they start to package the albums and stage them for distribution. And then they get them out to the retail outlets. And remember, back in the day, there was no internet. There were no online stores. There were no box stores. Everything was small mom and pop retail outlets that they had to get those songs out to. So there was a lot of trucking going out of the EMI plant.
Tons of distribution, yeah.
Yeah, to get those records out. So what Rubber Soul, the way it worked is, and I believe, I'm going to say I know, that was the process for all of the Beatle records between 1962, I'll say 62, going into 63, because that's when Please Please Me was released, right through Revolver. Here's another thing that a lot of people probably don't know. After Revolver, that's the album after Rubber Soul, the Beatles went on tour. When they went on tour, they did not play one song from their newly released Revolver album. Not one song, not one track that was on the Revolver album was played live at the concert. Now, why do you think that is? The answer is because they didn't know the songs. They were not taught. They did not learn how to play the songs. So what happened was when the Beatles were taught to play songs to take out on the road. So they would have sessions where they would learn and rehearse these songs, and that's what they would take out on the road. I did a little analysis, and I mean, it's not scientific in any way, but I was taking a look at all of their set lists and trying to figure out, okay, how many songs out of all of the songs that were available to them at the time did they play in concert? They played maybe 25% of the songs, 25 to 30% of the songs that were released by them, original compositions I'm talking about.
Right.
And the other thing is with their concerts, they were 30 minutes. In most cases, the set list consisted of 11 songs, typically 9, quote, original compositions and 2 covers.
Not very long songs either. You know, these are not like 5
2.5,
minutes.
3 minute songs.
Yeah. 2.5.
That's what I got into. And, of course, you know, when I released my presentation in April of 2020, it caused a big ruckus.
Dispelling an illusion that these guys are some of the greatest artists of all time.
Well, I will say this to make Beatle fans feel a little better. John Lennon and George Harrison wrote more of their own material going forward from 67 into 1970, the Billy period, and they played on more of the recorded tracks. But the Beatles were still using ghostwriters and session players even during that period in order to fill out the music.
Wow, incredible.
I have a clip of Glenn Campbell. Glenn was with the Wrecking Crew, a guitar virtuoso. He was guest hosting on the Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour going back to July of 1968, and he was introducing the band Cream, Eric Clapton, Jack Bruce, and Ginger Baker. And when he introduced them, he was explaining that they were top shelf session players. They were the cream of the crop. And he said that they played on Beatle records, Stones records. So Glenn let the cat out of the bag.
Yeah.
Another person that has been talking about playing on Beatle records since the late 1970s is the legendary drummer, studio drummer, who drummed for Aretha Franklin for 25 years, Bernard Purdie. So Bernard came out and said that he drummed on 21 Beatle tracks from the early albums. And Bernard has never pulled back from that statement.
Wow.
He also said
these are
that
just the ones who kind of came out. This is just the ones who've disclosed.
Ones that came out. And I was contacted by a person that I had been communicating with for a while before I released my big presentation back in April of 2020. They wrote me an email and they said, well, Mike, now that the cat is out of the bag, let me just tell you that Ronnie Verrill, the great session player, drummer out of the UK, also drummed on Beatle records. Another Paul is Dead researcher did some work for a professional drummer, studio drummer out of the UK, and they had a discussion. He told my friend, my acquaintance, that another Beatle drummer was Alan White, who played for Yes. And also for the Plastic Ono band. He did some drumming for Lennon. And of course, the official narrative tells us that George Martin hired Andy White, no relation, Andy White, to drum on P.S. I Love You and Love Me Do. But I've always said that I don't think George Martin hired Andy White, who was also a great session drummer, to just play on 2 songs.
I wish we could probably talk for 10 hours. Here's the good news for the listeners. They can go to your website or your YouTube channel and go through all the other stuff you've seen, the presentation on Rubber Soul. You've done a lot of interviews with other hosts I recognize, so you can check that out. So I'll put links to your YouTube channel and your website. But thanks so much for your time. Just an incredible amount of knowledge.